Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Now let's see how many of you understood that you came here to see magravs and reactors, and you never realized the target was you from the beginning of the time. You are that magrav, you are that reactor, and everything within you is said to do. If you have not understood something, I give you a clue. How the magrav is created out of you. Look at through the channels, the twists and turns and the pipelines in the cycle of your physicality, if you understand it. Look at your eggs and your testicles and all the holes and crevices and the pipes and the way they're shaped. Look at the structure of your stomach, your intestine, and look at the structure of the pipes in your brain. You are the magnet and all the coils in it. Now you understand how the game is played and how the fields within that decides if you receive a saving or energy, or you can have a free run. Those of you who looks for matter state, physical dimension, energy, plug yourself into the wall. And those who understood about the work of the energy transfer in the dimension of the soul of the man, sit on top of the magrav, as I said many times, and feel its energy. Either way, you are the system. Either way, it's the soul of the system which counts. If you stay in the dimension of physicality of the man, you still that blue magrav on the table. And if you understand the energy transfers and existence, you're connecting to feed the whole of the universe and environment from that. Now you understand the game has been played in a full cycle. And now it's for you to understand how to play with this dynamic, physical, beautiful life. It does not need another dimension. It has another dimension, the dimension of the soul of physicality, to test itself. And then how to radiate. And then how to become part of the totality. As I said, we are universal teachers. We can teach in the same classroom as in the village, as I said last week. A toddler in the same room, as this class has only one room, and to the boy who sits for to go to university, and even we can bring the education of university and the PhD in the same room. It's just that if there is enough seat in that room, as the knowledge is the same and the teacher the same. Now you understand. You are that vessel. And your conduct, whether ethos of mitra decides your position, the place, the time. And if you understood and elevated your soul, understand the position of it, to become that passenger of the universe.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. For July 7th, 2024, I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, and along with each and all of the participants in this session. We ask you for your input. We ask you to share your knowledge and to interact with the others as we discuss the workshop, as we usually do. We'll cut a few sections out and listen to them and see what's triggered. As we understand, we learn from each other. I'm sure we all have knowledge that others don't have, and others have knowledge that we don't have. And of course, Mr. Keshe, understanding the totality is bringing us all into a fuller understanding of ourselves and our capability. I don't think we've given ourselves enough credit for what we've actually created here within the structure and the capabilities of what we can do in this dimension of energy or in the dimension of physicality as well. So we welcome you all today. Hopefully we have a good program planned for you. But again, we're just scratching the surface. We know these teachings are going to be opened up more fully in the next decade, in the next century, in the next millennium. Most of us probably realize how much is hidden in different places within the Keshe Foundation. As he said, he's hidden some things in the patent, some things in the teaching, and some things in the books and papers and the rest of it. So there's much, much to unravel. And as we understand, this knowledge never ends. So we take the position of being humble. And I think that's a part of the, in a way, our way we act. Again, not thinking we have the whole thing, even though we do. We have all the knowledge of the universe within us, but yet to tap into that is going to take a little bit of fine tuning, almost the way you tune a radio and the rest of it, just to zero in and create that emotion or that field interaction we need. We're trying to move past the matter state and the ganses and the physical magrevs and understand that we are those things, and we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. And it's for you to find out about yourself, nothing else. Again, what works for you may not exactly work in the same way for me, but you'll be able to share concepts and understanding and enlighten other people, perhaps just by transferring the knowledge to them. So as we usually do, and of course we invite each and every one of you to participate in this program. No one is wrong and no one is 100% right. So if something comes to you during the program and you'd like to share it for whatever reason, you may not understand why that's been triggered in you, but I think the souls know, and the souls sometimes allow the physicality to bring something forth. So please feel free to share what you'd like to share at any time during this program. Normally, we start out with the World Peace Treaty, and of course, we will start that out today. You can go on the Keshe Foundation and find out about the World Peace Treaty, the Keshe coin, the Peace Roadmap, and the rest of it. All of this technology is created for peaceful purposes. Many of us don't understand that fully yet, and especially scientists in the world of matter state or the world of defense and the rest of it are always looking to weaponize certain things. And probably this is why Mr. Keshe has kept a lot of this. He's shown us what they do, but he hasn't taught us in a way exactly how to do what we're being shown. But more and more, this dimension of transmutation is coming full force right in front of us. And of course, it's going to create a wave of new understanding across this planet. It'll start out slowly at first, but it'll increase more rapidly as the time goes on. Mr. Keshe is working quite hard, I believe, in the background, showing scientists, showing world leaders, having discussions, trying to set the table. And in a way, the transmutation will be the frosting on the cake to bring down these borders, these passports, these visas, and this whole system of control. They may not give up easily trying to control, but they'll have to understand that the control is within the individual themselves. So this is where we're heading in breaking down the borders. And I know Alex told us a story. I'm glad you didn't break down your door, but you did call for some help there. And another thing I'd like to mention, what we're hearing in these workshops about the rotation of the sphere and becoming a 3D impressions rather than 2D impressions. Alex has been trying to, with this X, Y, and Z axis, sort of show us this rotating ball in so many ways. This is what Mr. Keshe is asking us. But I think we're already inside that rotating plasma. It's just us who have denied it. We can operate in the matter state or we can operate in this energy dimension. But you all have the capabilities of doing that. And that's why I played this video about the MAGRAV, because as he said, the whole target has been you this whole time. The MAGRAV is you, and all the pipes and the twists and the turns and the tunnels and the interaction. You are that unit. You are that universal body enhancement spaceship unit. But to fully deliver the knowledge, we have to come into a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And one of the tools that we've put out here, and you can find this using any search engine. I've just used Brave, and I just wanted to see if the World Peace Treaty was there, and sure enough, it was. Whether you'd find it on Google, it might be in the 100,000th place, but it should be there. So this is our World Peace Treaty. We're asking you to sign it with a pen or sign it with the pen of your soul. As we know, if you go into the universe and the dimension of energy, you're never going to see anything written, but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. But this ethos, this peace ethos, is what we need to become the passengers, more or less, in the universe. I don't understand it completely. I don't claim to. And I've often said I probably understand 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge. So we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. Again, you can share it or just ask people to wish for peace. And collectively, we're doing this at the 9 p.m. Central European time. And when we reach that collective awareness, we'll see things starting to change. Mr. Keshe is working in the background with the physical systems. So it's all going to, in a way, merge, and will become quite, as he said, intoxicated with this new knowledge. I think many, many people are going to start to be more baffled than they ever have before. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Okay, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name and your signature, position, and again, on behalf of the individual, the town, the city, the religion, the council, the territory, or the nation. Have it witnessed, same process. And after signing this treaty, Be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And our understanding has grown to the point where we do understand that the Creator shows his face or his presence in trillions of faces here on this planet and across the universe. So whether you're dealing with a bush, a tree, a bug, a snake, whatever it is, or some entity in a non-dimension, it all goes back to this mother connection of the Creator. And so whatever you're dealing with, you're actually dealing with the Creator, even though the face appears to be different. Doesn't look like me, doesn't have the same color as me, has more legs than I do, but you're still dealing with the Creator. And so this is the beauty of the understanding, and this is why we understand everything is connected, and injuring one, injuring all. And of course, we're not making the type of war that we think of where we're sending troops in, but you could have a war on ants in your porch or other things, and create a condition where they are all wiped out in so many ways, or you could create a condition where they actually move and you can walk away from the killing. We seem to think the killing is the best solution, but most of the time I think it's probably the worst solution. And of course, walking out or going into this energy dimension in the universe, that idea or that ability to kill will probably be there, but if you apply it, then I think you'll probably be put in the penalty box or be limited to your travels in the universe. Again, maybe they do have visas and passports. I think we're under a sort of quarantine on this planet until we get it right. As Mr. Keshe said, we've been put out in the garden until our behavior changes. And this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And again, it's we're so much in tune with the matter state that we think this energy dimension many times is only for certain people or only for masters who have mastered it in a cave for 20 years. But we're being taught that we're all capable, and it's us who has to, in a way, allow it to happen. As he said, the soul is willing, but we've denied it. So feel free to share this document. I've been asking people to wish for peace at a certain time every day. I don't give them the document or anything. Many times I don't have it. It's just a conversation that gets up. And many times I've been so surprised to hear that people tell me every day I wish for peace. So I think more and more of the planet is waking up to this permanent peaceful condition, even though they don't fully understand it as we don't fully understand it. But we're there to share knowledge and to teach those who are there to learn about this process and what's happening. So our planet is up now. Maybe there are other planets that are up at the same time for this elevation into a permanent peaceful condition that we can join our larger family. So this is an integral part of it. And again, you'll carry this peace ethos with you, whether you're here on the planet or you're traveling in the dimension of the soul or the universe, the dimension of the Creator. Any comments? Okay, we have some offerings in the Keshe Foundation store. I noticed that the flight here, or the Iran flight conference, is still listed. I know Mr. Keshe said they'd close the door about the end of June, and it's still up here, so you may be able to sneak in under the wire if you'd like to sign up. And this is where perhaps we'll have to see how this all shakes out. We don't know. There's some elections, I think, going on, but most likely it's going to move forward in November. You can sign up for this and be part of it. I think they're smoothing out the process in the visas and the rest of it that you may need. Of course, you need your passport as well. This is 7,500 euro, and I believe they'll be meeting at a certain place in Europe and then either chartering a plane or flying direct into Iran. And we know this is quite a very hot item in the news. The Russians are talking to Iran. The other side in this problem with Hamas and Hezbollah and the Israelis and all that, they're hopefully coming to a peaceful settlement. Some have dropped some of the requirements, or the goalpost has been moved back a little to make it easier to get to this peaceful condition. And hopefully this all works out. It certainly will be appropriate for the conference set in Iran. So this is one offer. Another offer coming up, and again, later this year, will be the research centers, perhaps into next year as well. I know there's a lot on the plate of the Keshe Foundation, but they will be setting up these research laboratories where, if you're kind of tired of your doldrums in the matter state of your existence, working in the rest, and it all depends on the individual situation. Many people have families or children they have to be responsible for. But rather than throwing in the towel, some people do, and they become a homeless person if they don't want to operate in the structure. If you've been successful in the business or other worlds, and perhaps there'll be some financing as well, or some donations to make it possible, you can join into the research center. This is going to be a 3-year program, which you can sign up for a year. And if energy is what fascinates you, or feeding, or wellness, you can study in depth, overseen by Mr. Keshe and other very prominent scientists, I would say. And this is, again, a world-changing event. Many of the things that are probably going to be developed in these research teams will be some of the items that we'll see in the store that's going to be filled with thousands to tens of thousands of new plasma products. As we've heard, we've had the industrial revolution. Now we're going to have the plasma revolution. And again, if you say plasma to a person, to 1,000 people, you probably get 1,000 different answers. Again, sometimes words mean different things to different people, but that's fine. You're right at the right place in your understanding, and we're all growing into this understanding, or maturing into a higher level of understanding. So that's the research team. If you're a researcher and you want to do something that benefits humanity and not destroys humanity, I know many people in some of these weapons designing places, they really wish they could use their talents for peace. And this is one of the places you'll be able to use your talents for peace, rather than developing, creating weapons of war. Excuse me. Okay, so now what's coming up in the next number of days is the transmutation test. And these have been going on since about December of 22, where people are being prepared in a way, practicing in a way. Little switches, I think, are being energized. The system that's being used in the background is also being developed. The scientific team is learning about this. So this is one of the reasons we continue to participate in these transmutation tests. Yes, we want to transmute, but we also want to develop the system that others will be able to inexpensively use this system. I can see this being put into airports and other places where, yeah, you still may have to pay to move across the planet, but it may be in the $10 or $20 range to do the full transmutation. And we'll have to see, because the Iran conference is where it's going to be shown. If it's not shown there, hopefully it'll be shown in Washington. If not there, then in the next conference. But this is the direction the Keshe Foundation is moving, and to really reveal the abilities that every human being has, and every creature, I believe, on this planet has. This is the whole idea of the new tomorrow, where every created thing in the universe since the beginning of time will have this ability to transmute between the two dimensions. One of energy, like when you dream, if you want to call it a dream, we call it the work of the soul, and one in the physical dimension. So we invite you to participate in these, the transmutation. You can get a discount if you order all 4 sessions at the same time. I think there's probably, yes, right here, the bundle, July, August, September, and October for €2,000 plus the value added tax, which is 20%. And then there'll be a little bit of an exchange rate. But again, you're finding out more about yourselves to be able to share it with the others. But we still have to get there. We're still on the road to find out more. So this is available now, and it'll probably be available till the day or two before. I know Mr. Keshe talked about having smaller groups, these sessions, as it says here, 2 hours with small groups. And you're going to have to give, as he mentioned, people are not giving their time location. They want to coordinate it to times where different parts of the world, everyone is awake. It's not 3 o'clock in the morning or 1 a.m. in the morning and you're half awake. He wants everyone to be fully awake in these sessions. So they'll be coordinated to where it's a daytime session for most people. And if the amount of people joining becomes too many, they may, if I'm understanding it correctly, divide it into 2 Fridays per month. He wants to get the smaller type groups organized, so maybe 10 or 15 or depending. I don't know exactly how many will sign up and the rest of it. But again, it's finding out about yourself and developing the Keshe Foundation systems in the background. They will be introducing some new systems. And of course, he's introduced a new teaching and this understanding of this 3-dimensional versus 2-dimensional. And we're going to cover a few points of that today. Anyone want to make any comments up to this point? Okay, I think we'll start near the beginning. We're going to cover a couple of the clips in there. Feel free to stop it at any time. And then I'd like to cover the part where Mr. Keshe has actually brought people out of coma a number of times. We've heard about this in years past. Giovanni helped with Naomi, but he's also done a number of other cases. And he goes on to explain a little bit more about this. Again, something that's never been done on this planet, rebuilding a brain, bringing people intentionally out of a coma situation. And Mr. Keshe has given us a few examples, but this has been hidden. Many of the details were hidden within the Keshe Foundation for a number of years. So we'll hear a little bit about that as well today. So we're going to start near the beginning. And of course, he's saying he's puzzled on why the knowledge seekers are having such trouble understanding the plasma technology. And again, I haven't fully understood it for sure. And perhaps no one has, but people are getting closer and closer. And this is the whole idea of the teaching, step by step. Gradually, you're being brought into this understanding. For those who want to, if you're rejecting this understanding, rejecting these ideas, then that's, again, your choice. As we've heard a number of times, if you prefer the donkey, we give you the donkey. If you like the jumbo jet, you're welcome to the jumbo jet or the UFO. But if you want to learn the way the creator moves across the universe, then you're open to this understanding of transmutation and remanifesting the physicality at the point of location if you decide to. You can also stay in that energy dimension. So he's opening up things that we've never heard in the university. We certainly have never heard from the religious leaders, and our parents have very rarely mentioned anything of this sort of nature that's within us. So we're learning more about the creator, the process of the creation, and about ourselves. As Mr. Keshe often says fondly, I made the man in the image of myself. And he's extended that to say, I've made the universe in the image of myself. But it's for us to unravel it and to understand it. And that's why we're here. Just gaining a little bit more knowledge day by day, step by step, we're moving into this process. So I think we'll start here, but actually what I forgot to do, and I wanted to bring the clips about the transmutation again, sorry. Let's see if we can go back, and we were just talking about the transmutation session. So if we go to around, I think it's 3710. Let's go back to 36, 37, somewhere in here. And then I have a video that we can coordinate into. Let me just move a couple screens. Again, we're doing this sort of on the fly. We're going to go to somewhere around here. It's not exact, but let's see if we can find this. And again, this was about the transmutation tests that are coming up. And Mr. Keshe goes into a little bit more detail in at least two locations in this workshop. So we're going to cover both of them.
And if I could get mankind to understand this, 99% of the problem in handling it, in understanding their own existence and the direction and the dimension shall be done. In a coming is the energy within the soul which you gathered, decides the dimension and decides in how to get to that direction, which is in a way is a balance field for the rest of your life in a dimension of the soul of the man, not the physicality of the man.
Sorry, I'm still in the wrong location. We're going to have to go to, let's see if we can start it here. Sorry.
Still to get there, you are a spherical shape and there are no wheels. And if I could get mankind to understand this, 99% of the problem in handling it, in understanding their own existence and the direction and the dimension shall be done. In the coming weeks, as we go into the sessions of the July, August, September, in sessions I try to create for you to see how, where, and the way your soul is hanging in the universal field dimension, and as a backup or as a hidden strings you're hanging on it, then the structure of the magnetic fields of the brain of man. We show you new dimensions that you decide which string and where you want to go.
Okay, so that's the general idea about these strings. Apparently the soul is suspended within the brain of the man and sort of has a cocoon around it, an energy sphere, and there's no real connection physically to the physicality. There's a field connection to it. And this is what's going to starting to be opened up in July, August, September, and October sessions. Again, this is the beauty of understanding your own creation in so many ways. Now, he went on after the break, if I could, we'll go down to the break here, and he mentioned a little bit more about these transmutation sessions. Okay, let's just see if we can move that, and then we'll move this one as well. Sorry, I have to do this manually. Someday it'll all be worked out very nicely. Oops. Okay, let's see here if we can get here.
Please, those of you who are in, I've seen a number of you rolling for the monthly sessions. We still need you to state the time and the place. Otherwise, we find out when the time comes, we don't know where to fit you. And then somehow you end up with those who are asleep at time and you hear a lot of snoring. because it's not their time or your time. Please state to us where and how. And we'll try to link you up, and do not worry about it, but the sessions start getting very interesting with those of you who actually have reached and can reach the dimension of what we call transmutation. And it'll become one of the essential part of this work. In the next few weeks, as we develop new systems and new technologies, we'll put another week or a Thursday session where all of the knowledge seekers can participate.
So this is, in a way, another small gift from the Keshe Foundation, or large gift from the Keshe Foundation, that on Thursdays, which Mr. Keshe delivers the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, normally at 9 a.m. Central European Summertime or Central European Time, that he's going to open up this transmutation testing, in a way, to everyone that participates in the session. I know it was a little chaotic the last time with 300 people trying to get microphones and the rest of it, but they're going to repeat this process. And so have your phones charged up, have 2 sets of headphones ready, and you may be very beautifully surprised what happens in this session. And let's see if we can just finish that.
This time the job is not to participate, to be, is for us to elevate the soul of all of you in that process, to create a new cycle, the new generation of life. And I'm looking forward for that as we come to that phase of the what we call completion of the work. I'll explain the reason why we do this in the coming time. But one of these days, very soon, there will be another open teaching, open what we call connecting the knowledge seekers. The last time we had 300 odd people. And this time we'll touch your soul. We'll bring your soul to be involved in the dimension of the connection with the system. That we start the next cycle of what we call teachings worldwide. And I hope those of you who join us in that session, you'll enjoy it, because it'll be an experience you'll never forget. And it's as part of what we call, we used to do the blueprint. We'll do the blueprint of the travel of the soul of the man. And I'm sure many of you will enjoy that trip. You don't need to sign for it. You don't need to register for it. When our systems are ready, we'll bring you into play with it and understand about yourself. Are there any questions?
So you're going to have a free session. As he said, you don't have to sign up for it. It's all gratis. So come in and experience what the elevation of the soul means. It's almost like he's winding us up in a way, or elevating the soul, enlightening the soul, that maybe more of us start to pick up this flower of peace and move in this direction. So you're all welcome to join that. But as I said, it may not be pre-announced. It may be just if you're there, you'll participate in it. And I know he said listening to the recording in one of the other sessions there where people did participate, the 300, it doesn't work if you listen to the recording, even though we know no limitation. So be ready in the next number of weeks. It could be this Thursday, the following Thursday, or the following Thursday after that. We don't know, or perhaps even into August, whenever. But be ready and be there, and you will have a beautiful experience, he said. This is part of the elevation of the soul of the man. And this brings enlightenment. So they're going to be introducing some new energies, as I see it here, which when you come in touch with these energies through the miracle of the headphones, in a way, and the cell phones, that these energies will touch you and bring you into a new understanding or a new dimension of work. And this is part of probably waking up another section of humanity. Okay, so we covered that. I think we'll go back to the beginning and see why we haven't fully understood. Any questions or comments? Please jump right in. The
Yeah,
water's beautiful.
I just want to make a comment.
Okay.
All the various experiences I've been involved in, I never really had anything that I would not remember, but I would remember the rest of my life. Just
Okay.
have to say that so people aren't disappointed if whatever comes is different from what they expect. I think I'm getting something, at least when I do my muscle testing, I verify that I did get something out of it, something significant, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what it was.
Mhm. Maybe the work has not been completed fully.
That could be.
Yeah.
But I just want to say that it's not a matter of, first I thought, there's something wrong with me, but there's nothing wrong with me. I am the way I am. And so I just want to bring that up because I talked to other people who didn't seem to have an experience, something that's remarkably outstanding, like we would expect, like sparkles of light or whatever else, or floating around or something. Some people did, but I sure did not. But then I'm a very kinesthetic type person. I'm more in my feelings. Same with this seeing the light. I didn't see any light, but I certainly had very, very strong feelings. And then afterwards he said it has to do with feeling the light. So maybe I did the right thing. So that I just want to say that so people are not disappointed or upset with themselves if they don't get what they think they should be getting. That's all. Because you will get something, but it's maybe not what you are thinking it is. That's why earlier today, when we had our North American, whatever, the previous session, I said maybe the form in which Alex moved around was a form of transmuting, even though it may still appear like it's in the matter level.
He certainly did want to transmute back and pick up his keys, didn't he?
Yeah, but if we have a fixed notion of what that is, our notions are still connected to our matter level imagination and experience, so that we may not recognize what we're actually experiencing.
Right, and a lot of us could block it as well. We have that capability.
Like coincidences may be part of that things just worked out. That may be part of it. Sometimes when I get in a fix and everything works out 100%, I wonder how in the world that happened. So anyway, that's my contribution.
Good. Well, they won't be able to ask for their money back on those sessions, will they? Not on the Thursday one. And it's a donation to the Keshe Foundation overall. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Well, it's hard to explain to Irmgard because when we're talking about seeing is believing, and I don't know how I can explain seeing what you sound like, because you sound with so much more vitality. I think that's the best way for me to describe it. So even though you may not notice much of a difference, I certainly notice a difference, and it's yeah. Mark,
that's
agree?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It will come in a different way than what we expect. It may come in a different way than what we expect.
Well, I just want to emphasize that it did come for you,
right. I know, that's what I'm saying. When I do the muscle testing, I can verify that I received something, whatever. Not thing. You can't even say thing. I received.
No, I've reported to and that I noticed, and I think others did too, from when we had the meeting in London and then we came to Sanya, how bright she was. She was almost like lit up to me. This is what I saw. She had a glow in a way. I mean, not a physical glow like lights coming off her head or anything, but she just looked brighter. for some reason.
Maybe it
I
was all the
noticed it.
chocolate.
Yeah, I know you said it's because you flew first class and you weren't tired out coming there. And so that was the reason. We always try to justify things with the matter state, but you definitely, to me, and you've reported to us how your memory has certainly
Has
improved.
definitely improved. Now, I have to say, the active ingredient in chocolate is called theobromine, and theo is God, and bromine, whatever relates to nutrition. So it's a food for the gods. So
Ah, like ambrosia.
maybe, right, exactly. So maybe that's why I'm shining.
Okay.
Okay.
Alex, I think Alex wanted to add something here.
No, I just well, I just want to affirm that so like with respect to the muscles, that's an interesting comment that Ermengarde made. But again, I can't see that. I can only hear her voice and interpret, that message. So I just
Yeah.
want to force that there's a
Yeah, I was
tremendous
talking
amount
about
of positivity.
muscle testing, which is kinesiology. With kinesiology, I can verify all kinds of things on the emotional level, on the physical level, on the energetic level. So that's what I'm talking about with muscle testing.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is you almost look like you had a facelift or something, even though you didn't have a facelift.
I put on a little weight.
You
It
just looked
smooths out
younger
really
and
good.
had a beautiful glow about you. And I know you attribute it to flying first class, but I would attribute it to the elevation of the soul, because all these systems that Mr. Keshe makes, whether it's the butterfly, the universal enhancement, cups, or different, are all for the elevation of the soul. And I think that
Yes.
we're all experiencing this.
And I
hear a lot
agree.
more I hear a lot more vitality in your voice, Ermengarde. A lot more than the last few times you've spoken. So
Yeah, but I
that's
also feel like I have a lot more rapport with the group. It takes me a while to feel comfortable with a group of people. So now I do feel comfortable with a group of people. So I will be like I normally am when I'm with my family.
that's good. That's real progress.
Right.
So it may take you a little bit of time to warm up to the universal family.
Yeah, I guess so.
Probably be very surprised. This is what Mr. Keshe said in this workshop. If they bring one of the passengers of the universe into the workshop and the participants get to ask them questions, what sort of questions would be asked? Or would you even believe a passenger of the universe would be sitting there or communicating through the system to us? I think he's going to be opening our understanding to our larger family as well. This is part of it. This is what this party is being planned for. And as he said, we have to bring a lot of things to the party to get it set up right. So there's a matter of timing, but again, they're well seasoned for this type of work.
I was so happy to hear that you didn't experience the light so much as you experienced the feelings. And that reminds me of what Mr. Keshe said when he accepted this responsibility, this job of looking after humanity. And he was saying he didn't see that light, he was a part of it. He was somehow, it wasn't a light, he felt it.
He said,
So
I am the
you're
light.
Right.
So I was very happy to hear you say that. That means that we're all on the right path now because of you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else want to make a comment? Again, we're just sort of scratching the surface on this work of the soul and the rest of it. As he said a number of times, I haven't even started to teach you about the soul. And as he said in a number of things here that need to be explained later on. He will explain certain things as we continue down this path. So we're learning about the two dimensions here, the physicality dimension, which we're all very competent with. We're experts in that dimension. But now we're opening up this energy dimension of our selves. And this is a whole new understanding, but because we're so physical, we denied it. We called it a dream. We said it's just a coincidence. It just happened to work out that way. And we know that many times you're thinking, I should call this person, and all of a sudden that person calls you within 5 or 10 minutes, and you say, oh, what a coincidence. But now we know it's not a coincidence. It was actually a zero-time communication process. And it doesn't always work that way. Maybe the other soul is busy or doesn't want to talk to you at the time. But this happens quite frequently to many of us, where we're thinking about something to happen and it actually manifests itself in that way. But Mr. Keshe is still puzzled as he starts out this workshop of why we haven't fully embraced or understood this technology. Probably because we're so enamored with the physical dimension that we don't think that other dimension is a reality or is a new understanding for us. So let's hear more. Anyone else want to make a comment about this, these dimensions we're operating in? Okay, let's see if we can start here, and we'll cover this for about 18 minutes. Feel free to stop it at any time and bring in an understanding or ask a question. We have some people on the panel that be more than participants that be more than happy to share what they think they understand about this. And that's all Mr. Keshe is doing, is asking us to share what we think we understand about it. Nobody is being graded and nobody is being criticized and nobody's being said, no, you don't understand.
No, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this, there is a knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Institute. We are back here to learn more about ourselves than anything else, where we came from, where we are going to, and what's happened to us while we are here. In the past few months and past recent time, I've been pondering on why mankind has a problem to understand the plasma technology. What is the mindset that has brought this about, and how man cannot see the what I call beyond the horizon of his life, of life and living. In a way, the biggest problem for man, as I've said many times, man is known in the space as a four-wheelers, as a wheeler nation. We are used to cartwheels, we are used to wheel of the cars, and we have seen and observed that as to be a process of emotion where we gain direction and we can go in that way. Unless we turn the wheel a little bit to the left or the right, we change direction. And making a, what I call a circle on top of the wheel of the circle, what we call our technologies, be it the car, be it the cart, be it the wheel itself, we can't do much different.
And I just want to thank Alex as well. He's been trying to get us to understand this rotation of the plasma, the X, Y, and Z axes. I really haven't understood it fully, but maybe it's becoming clearer. But I know Alex has been pioneering this and for quite some time in trying to get us to see this rotation in a way of the plasma. And this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. We need to interact with this sort of plasma ball of light. I'm thinking we're on the inside of it in a way. And what I did earlier was I just wanted to look at some different spider webs. We see these spider webs, and of course, Mr. Keshe said you're hanging there on a thread, probably connected to the creator. but this is our typical, let's say, two-dimensional spider web. And I think we're in this tangled web, sort of speak. This is, if I was to read this, tangle webs are also known as cobwebs, and they appear messy and shapeless, but they should not be confused with the disguised dust-collected mats that appear in unswept rooms. Far from it. Tangled webs are intentionally designed to be a jumble of threads anchored to the corner of a ceiling or some other support beam. What better way to entangle an unsuspecting ant or cricket? Tangle web spiders, also called cobweb spiders, chiefly belong to the family Theridiidae, and are known for building three-dimensional space webs. Among them, the common house spider and the notorious black widow. The basic design is literary web that is secured in space by an upper trellis and stands of high tension catching threads. Okay, so just to show, maybe it's a little bit easier. I think we are hanging in a thread inside this plasma ball. And again, the ball is not always a perfectly spherical soccer ball. The plasma is constantly rotating and moving and undulating, almost the same way the electron is moving around the proton in a way. And again, there's energies that you can decide to release from this ball or energies you can decide to take in, but everything can be controlled within this ball. And this is why Alex, I think, has been stressing it. Maybe he was onto something he wasn't aware of, or maybe he's fully aware of it. I don't know, but just using this as a very simple example of a three-dimensional web, I think we're in this web all the time. It's just depending on when you want to go into another dimension. Anyone want to speak about that or add a comment?
Yeah, Alex. Yeah, question on that. Two dimensions, special dimensions is the what we know of the height and the width. Now, we are thinking in two dimensions according to Mr. Keshe, and to me, it seems like we are attached to either the length or the width, if we have to use that type of explanation. Now, when he wants us to think in a three-dimension, but three-dimension includes length, width, and depth, like the z-axis, or sometimes volume. But that does not show attached angle. It only shows depth, and depth could be in, I don't, maybe in any direction. That could be, yeah, there has to be a fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension, if you really have to look at it in a spatial essence, like the way you have two dimensions and three dimensions. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
You broke up in part of that.
I got it.
Okay.
Ike, you're absolutely correct, and this is where the problem lies. So if I show you a picture, that's what you see. You see the length and the width. And yet, if you understand that you have two eyes, and it's because of the two eyes that allows you to see the third dimension, if you will. So that kind of gives you the depth. It gives you the depth of a two-dimensional perception. So in photography and even computer-generated AI, we have been able to replicate that. But all that is another form artifact, and it does not give us the full context. And that's what you're referring to. We need to understand that we're only looking at half the picture when we're looking at the physical manifestation. So the half the picture is, as Mr. Keshe is saying, is from the brain down. That part is the physicality. But as far as the soul of the man and the brain is concerned, that's the environment for the soul of the man. And so it's the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality which fulfills that third dimension, that elusive third dimension. So that is the difference between the atomic structure, the monatomic structure, which in essence is a replication of the atomic structure, but not in the gangway. In other words, there are no physical links that we can see like we imagine. And I have to say, can you see your imagination? Well, when we look at an element like, let's say, a copper wire, we see the atoms as linked together like a chain. But when they're in the monatomic structure, that link is invisible. And then we go to the next step with the GANs, which suddenly is like popcorn, and the field is immensely larger. So now all of a sudden, to measure that field, you can no longer have an angular dimension, because that's the difference between the 2 dimensions and the 3 dimensions. You're no longer, you can't take a, let's say, a set square that a carpenter would use and apply it to a soccer ball. You'd be having some problems. So this is where the linearity meets the curvature. And that's what you're talking about. So we have to recognize the aspect of the curvature, and the curvature comes at the extreme ends. Is that helpful?
Yes, indeed. And as you're saying it, so that it means the third dimension is actually a stepping stone for other dimensions, because there has to be other dimensions on that.
Right. But in order for those other dimensions to exist,
right, we have to know and think.
No, but they have to have they have to have 3 dimensions.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to have this perception of that 3 dimension for us to be able to understand the other elusive dimensions.
Yeah, and then further, my point is that the 3 dimensions that you are referencing do not have to be the 3 dimensions in the other reference point.
Yes, yes, you're right. It doesn't have to be, because the way I understand 3 dimensions could be depth, could be volume, could be other spatial dimensions. So it's just to have an open door to think beyond the length and width and the attachment of those angles.
Wow, that's so great. Well done, Ike.
Now he's playing ball.
Oh, you couldn't resist.
No, you've been at it before. You're always teaching us on that. So it's connecting from your teaching and then what Mr. Keshe says. And then for us to understand it, we have to connect this. because we do have existing knowledge that's all screwed up.
Well, where the basis of the screw up comes in is that when we are using common terms for specifics. So a common term would be a car. That's not very specific. That's incredibly general. So when we talk about an electron or a proton, we are in the same bracket. These are not specific. We just seem to think, oh, well, an atom, we know what an atom is. It's an elementary particle. And then, you know, the electron and the proton are part of that. Well, which elementary particle, which electron, which proton, and which, well, let's, you know, which dimension. So, you know, it's not that we try to dumb it down, and I'm making an excuse for conventional physics. We didn't try and dumb it down. What we try to do was to sort it out in things that we could understand. But the test always comes down to the point, does it answer how you were born? And the answer is always, no, it doesn't. Because science is always trying to supplant itself as the unequivocal answer to life itself. So
Yeah.
if even this picture that Mark has, you have a plant, and that plant has a dimension. And then you have this web. And would you say that that web is a tangible structure?
Yeah, we're
Not,
just trying to use this as an example of the silk strings. I'm looking at it as fields in a way, or rays, and you're sitting in the center of this, and multiply this by trillions and unlimited trillions. And this is why you can create any position and any condition right within your own structure. These are fields. These are rays. And multiply it by trillions. You're in the center. You pick where you want to go. And that takes you there in the dimension of energy, as I'm understanding it. And of course, this thing is all rotating,
yes,
undulating. Yeah.
but Mark, if I may add, from the webmaster's point of view, sorry, I couldn't resist. From the webmaster's point of view, this is a structure. And so the clinging, if you will, to the plant, you know, where you see the strings attached, is irrelevant to the structure.
Right.
You know, it's integral to its structural strength, but the plant and its physiology is not necessarily the basis for the structure. What I'm trying to say is that the blueprint for that structure is not in the plant. The blueprint for that structure is in the webmaster.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at something that's in a way similar to what Mr. Keshe is.
Oh no, it's perfect. It's perfect. I'm just you know, referencing Ike's point here is that we are not seeing that the web and the structure of the plant as being one and the same. It is the same.
Right.
It is the same in terms of an explanation, but it clearly is not the same in terms of form artifact. Over to you, Mark.
Right.
Thanks,
As he said, our soul is free floating. So within the brain, fields are containing it, fields are holding it there, and it's connected to the universe. So I was just trying to show that these are fields. You're in the center of it. It's a rotating, undulating plasma ball, a light rotating, and you can access any of those fields, send energy out from it or bring energies into it. Again, we're just in the initial stages of understanding our own creation in so many ways.
Yeah, if I may add something, if you don't want to put it in the context of spider silk, which is again a matter state, you could think of it as, and I refer back to family, to relationships within family or a community. These are relationships, and you're sort of held within a community in some way, shape, or form. And it's not fixed, and it's not visible, it's not tangible, but it's definitely there.
Right, and as we know, and as we've been taught, I think Mr. Keshe mentioned this in London, about every atom of the moon is connected to every atom on the planet Earth, and it's also connected to every atom across the entire universe, and so are we. If I was to draw this in the field dimension, you wouldn't see anything, I don't think. So I just thought this was a good example for us to sort of see a similarity in a way. Nature has a way of mimicking a lot of the things we do. But again, as you're right, this is silk strings in the matter state. Just to get us to see we're in an entanglement of fields all the time. And that's why at any time you decide, you can go anywhere you'd like. Now, of course, doing the full physical transmutation is what we're trying to broach at this point, or a few people are going to start to manifest that ability. But just a picture to keep in your mind about these webs and these fields in a way, very similar to me. It may not look that way to the others. Okay, thank you, Ike. Anyone else have a thought about this? And of course, the universal community has seen us as four-wheelers. I don't know if they're the ones in the UFOs or the other ones, but they're becoming quite envious of us now because we're being gifted with this new knowledge that they've been seeking for millions or billions of years and haven't been able to hit upon it. Otherwise, as we understand, they wouldn't be in the craft, but there are other entities in the universe that, again, are operating with the ability to move into both dimensions, but not all of them. This is the gift from the Creator in a way, that all the created things will have the ability to transit between the two dimensions of energy and the matter state. As he said, the Creator is the universe, and Mitra, the dimension of physicality, and your interaction with that dimension of physicality. We continue? Anyone else? I mean, this has never been revealed in such a beautiful, soft, loving way to all of us, and it's for us to open it up for ourselves. Again, our soul that's hanging there, the brain construction, the construction of the skull, and the rest of it all have a different way of positioning you. So the way your soul's hanging may be slightly different than the way my soul is hanging. But we know all the souls are equal. So it's, again, a deep understanding, and we're just basically getting into this, as I see it. No one else? Then we continue.
And this is where the difference between the mankind and the rest of the universal community comes, and changing this four-wheeler, thinking about the wheel to become what we call the universal passengers, or people who understand the work of universe, where it works on the sphere. To change a man to think in a spherical shape, a spherical dimension, being able to move on a ball than on a wheel, is the biggest problem for man to understand this new chapter in the knowledge of the man.
And it's bringing back a teaching Mr. Keshe did a number of months ago about the speed of the fields, how the universe is expanding and what is the speed of light. And then he went into the ball of the earth and how you can move around this sphere or within this sphere. So I think we need to open that up in the coming weeks and months about this understanding of the ball or the sphere more than the two-dimensional understanding.
How long will it take us to change the understanding of the man from a wheeler to a sphere? It will be the time needed for man to mature. Those who can think as a sphere, then they can see the path to what I call direction of universal light. Even those of you who sit or think or see a ball, a light in the phases of a teaching or the test we do, you always see it, most of you see it as a light in front of you, as a shining light. But you never see it, or some of you don't see it, as a rotating sphere. You see a wheel rotating on its axis, but you can't see the light to be rotating on its axis in a spherical shape. How long will it take me and the rest of the, what I call knowledgeable people, to change man from three-dimensional of the one direction, the sphere, to three-dimensional rotation in a, what I call life, from the rotational direction of the wheel? That's the Hercules job. This is why most of you as knowledge seekers and most of those who come in touch with this technology of the creation have a problem. You are able to stop a wheel with a brake, with whatever, but you cannot stop a sphere from rotating as a plasma.
Okay, well, we can't, but perhaps Mr. Keshe can. And that's why I'm saying we're in this plasma already. The soul is rotating and we're in this field. We just haven't acknowledged it. And it can't stop. You can't put a brake on it. So to me, we're in this all the time. But we're only operating most of the time in the matter state because that's all we understood. The rest is just an imagination, which is not a bad way to approach it. As he said, the intentions and the emotions are what controls this sphere.
And if you speak to the man of the universe, understanding this, they laugh at the whole condition, situation, and the dilemma that the man has got himself into.
So we're not blaming anyone, demons, the devil, all the rest of this. We've got ourselves into this situation all on our own. As we understand, those are all, in a way, made up characters. So we always want to blame someone else for our condition. But he continually says that we've got ourselves into this condition, a lot of times by taking the easy way out. We want to heat, we cut the tree and we burn the wood. We want to be fed, we kill the tomato and we eat the tomato and the rest of it. We've taken the easy solution, but it's all been in the matter state.
We are puzzled when we see rotating firework in what we call circle in the Chinese firework, how the light flashes and what it goes. But if we change it that it goes in another direction, we are in a big dilemma. But in fact, in a sphere is that spherical shape of that firework. We see the firework coming from one end of the wheel to the other and rotates. Now you have this firework in every direction on the sphere of what I call a plasma, what you see as a light. How long will it take me to get you to see the rays coming from a sphere and not from what I call a wheeled circular shape? That is the time will take for man to mature. In a way, if you look at it, man is two-dimensional in thinking, understanding, and the structure of the work of his own soul, where he has to become three-dimensional in a spherical shape. We look in how this sphere, this creation of light, this creation of life could be rotating as a ball and emits light.
So again, it's you to open this up for yourself. I'm trying to find it within myself. I don't think I can create it within you for you to see that. It's for you to open it up if you want to. And as he said in many of these sessions, that people who don't feel anything, or they say the system doesn't work, is because they wanted to remain in control. They did not want to go into the next understanding in so many ways. They didn't want to give up this control of the physicality. This is just the way I'm seeing it for myself. So we have a problem, and we need to understand this three-dimensional spherical rotating shape. And I don't know anyone else who's in a way brought this to us the way Mr. Keshe has. Of course, I'm not studying every guru and everything else. And he's even told Sasha in the last, we're not, this knowledge is not exclusive to the Keshe Foundation. As we've heard, people have discovered it through illness or through other means, and they've expanded upon it. So now this is being taught in a much broader way. It's not a secret society or anything like that. We all have the ability, but it's for you to open it up for yourself. This is what he's been saying. This knowledge is all about you and nothing else. Okay, we'll go to our second clip. We're just trying to have some interactions here, and it's going well.
The biggest problem we have, even we look at the sun, which is another what I call soul, from Earth, we primarily see it in a flat two-dimensional. That's why we cannot change our mind. The mindset, the understanding to look at the ball, at the sphere, is three-dimensional. Because of our vision, we see it more or less at two-dimension. A flat circle, we call it the sun. We don't see the sun as a sphere, as a ball. And if we do, if we can reach that point of working with a sphere of light, of energy, man will change the course of the history of himself and humanity. Changing a man from a wheeler life to a sphere life is one of the biggest challenges. Past few days in meetings with eminent scientists and some engineers and the rest, I try to understand if they see the difference, but to them, even being so called titled, this was something unimaginable.
And of course, Mr. Keshe said he only works with elite scientists. So here, as he told us last week, he put a system on the table or maybe it was in this workshop, sometimes I don't remember. And they laughed at it. They could not, and these were, as he says, I only work with top level scientists across the world. The run-of-the-mill scientists he doesn't really work with. And you see, he presented them with a system and they laughed. They couldn't understand. This was out of their field strength, so to speak.
And I see them laughing. In a way, they laugh at their own lack of knowledge, of understanding about their own creation. And this is where most of you as knowledge seekers have run into a problem when we speak about the plasma, when we speak about the dimension and direction in the structure of the life of the man. Somehow, we have to bring this into vision of the man to feel the life of himself as a sphere structure and not as a two-dimensional structure when it comes to his soul. Then you can decide the direction. You decide which strength do you want the fields to come to you, or do you send the fields out in the dimension of the full structure of 360 degrees, not a flat 180. Then, if you can reach that point, then you see interaction of different fields. Then you see interaction of different, what we call a strength. Then you understand the ray which is coming from the South Pole most probably is already connected to another field of the North Pole and is not on the same side as they've drawn it and we've seen it, and then it's connected to another field of the strength with another sphere and the rest of it. Other problem which you have as knowledge seekers.
Wait, we have more problems? I don't know how we're going to get out of this entanglement, but we are slowly, step by step, we're coming to this realization. And again, this is all going on within the structure of you, within the center of the brain, within that soul that, again, is rotating all the time. And so once it expands, to me, your whole structure is within that rotating sphere. And you can dictate to it what field strengths, what fields and positions you want to go. Again, it takes a long time to become a master at this, and we're just starting to breach, in a way, this understanding. But it can't be forced on anyone, and I don't know if you can teach it through words. As Mr. Keshe said, we're hearing his words, but he's teaching it through the soul, actually, through this energy interaction, even though we may not be fully aware of it. Just my understanding.
And it's becoming more and more clear over past years is that you have learned to burn fuel, you have learned to do work to achieve the circulation of this wheel that allows you to move in one track direction. Unless you put an X on it and change it, it can change its direction. And it still needs another spherical rotation to come back to the same point. But this does not happen when it comes to the sphere shape of your soul, sphere shape of the work of the universe. And this we see especially when it comes to our scientists on the edge of their claim to knowledge, to understand whatever narrow-minded they are. The biggest problem for you knowledge seekers is to understand the straight line rotation according to the direction of the, what we call axis of the wheel, does not apply when it comes to the spherical shape of the soul of the man, the work of the universe, and the rest. You cannot jump with a wheel up, because when it's in the air, does not have a what I call traction on the surface that it can allows it to jump forward. You have not made much difference even when you make your jet engines. Yeah, the jet.
And that's another interesting point. It's just a series of wheels in a way connected together with these fins or these turbines, and you're passing something through it. So it looks very fancy, but it's just a bunch of wheels put together. And it's not this rotating spherical plasma that he's talking about here.
Engines are still another fast wheeler rotation, but a combination of passing something through it. The turbine is nothing but a flat wheeler, but with different shape of many together. And if man understand this, and then you understand when it comes to this spherical shape, you do not need attraction. You don't need to be connected, because as a plasma field, you're hanging all the time in the air. You're hanging in the sphere of the field connection with the others, which they really perk you up. For a wheel to show, needs to be connected to the source. You call it an engine, you call it whatever. In the spherical shape of the plasma, you don't need that. You're hung in the middle. And to be hung in the middle, you need to have many fields that does not allow you to move in any direction but rotating where you are. If one of the fields becomes slightly weaker or one becomes slightly stronger, the whole structure has to agree with the movement and the new position and the direction. Then it comes what we call the emotion and intention. In the structure of the matter state wheel, you need engine and then a wheel to change direction, the motion. In the spherical shape soul of the man is your intention and emotion which drives this system. By taking strength from a field or giving strength from to the field from other sources within the strength. If I could get you knowledge seekers and mankind to think in a spherical shape and understanding it, then all of you can be transmute.
Okay, perhaps we'll leave it there on this clip, but there's much, much more. As I said, these teachings are going to be opened up for decades, centuries, and millennia in the future. Much of it is connected to other parts of the teaching, as I said. And this full sphere of the brain is another interesting aspect, which there's another teaching on that as well, which we should open up. But it was interesting, Alex. He was saying the bottom half, one of the knowledge seekers had brought a teaching that the bottom half below the neck in this physicality that we consider, he said that's the other half of the brain, if you can imagine that. That's been extended, but it's really the other half circle of the half sphere of the brain is your physicality, the arms, the legs, and the rest of it. I need to review that again, but that's quite a revelation there. And again, this goes back years and years, so much of this we have missed. I thought we'd go, anyone else want to add anything before we go? We're going to do the next clip, which I think, again, what Mr. Keshe has done with the bringing patients out of coma and so on. I think we need to go to 134, somewhere around here, and you can see I'm skipping over so much of this teaching. It's almost criminal in a way. But yes.
You were describing the physicality as being one half of the brain.
Yep.
So you imagine that the they call it the bicameral. They call it the bicameral brain because it's in two rooms. Eh? So can you imagine the physical half of the brain being in one room and the mental part of the brain being in the other room, and the blood-brain barrier being the dry ball and studying them to make the wall in between. And you are
Wow.
somehow present in both rooms, but only with half the brain. Really strange mental picture, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But he said that half sphere brain has limited the soul in its interaction at one point, where he said we're trying to create a full sphere. And maybe that does happen when you go into that energy dimension where the physicality is not involved. Maybe it gets, in a way, field retracted. The physicality is still there, but the fields of it become and make the circular brain. Again, it's just a quick and brief understanding on my part. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think we're going to start somewhere around here. And this is where Mr. Keshe actually goes to explain a little bit more about this. I need to move the actual video to that right spot. Let's see if we can just somehow catch part of it here. And it is about a 20-minute clip, so this is very instructive for all of us to understand what was done more than a decade ago. Major scientists were involved in this, and he'll show the picture of the helmet or the sensors that was on the patient and the rest of it. And of course, they were staging this, as I understand it, to help the Prime Minister of Israel, who was in a coma, Ariel Sharon, at the time. And because, as Mr. Keshe said, he was invited to the first test, but not in the second one, they lost the Prime Minister. And one of the reasons Mr. Keshe wasn't invited, he said, was because of the fact that they could not have, in the public view, a son of Iran bringing a prime minister out of from Israel out of coma. This would not have gone well for war process in so many ways, and probably for the scientific community. So they didn't invite Mr. Keshe to the actual test with the prime minister or trying to bring him out of coma, and they lost the patient. As he said, you have to connect all the dots, and we'll hear that. And you leave one dot unconnected, you may not complete the test or what you've wanted to achieve. So let's see if we can just find where we were. We'll and then we'll go into the DOMA piece in about 20 minutes.
The German community. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, dear Rick. For my understanding, all animals have the same emotions, but why the most species cannot change the color of the skin? For example, an octopus can change the color of the skin, but not a shark, and both have the same environment. The whales and dolphins, also mammals like the man, should have the highest consciousness level of all animals, but can't also change their color. Can you explain more? Thank you.
We become more physical. We can do. Anyone can do. Any creature can do. It's not exclusivity. It's those who are aware of. And those who make different kind of condition for their existence. Years ago, when we did the first coma patient, I left the what do you call it, support because of the mother's misconduct. But the scientific world was still puzzled in how I brought life back to this woman. I wasn't aware of it. For me, the case was closed months ago, and nobody has ever done this. No one has ever brought a brain damage coma to life, to live. But as it was a surprise for the world of science and the scientists in Belgium, the word is spread apparently around the world, in the scientific world, that Keshe has achieved to bring a coma back with a brain damage to life. After about a year or so, not knowing what impact this job had, to me was something we tried. We brought the life back, and I gave the body to the family and the hospital, and everybody else did whatever they liked. The scientific world, and those days we were not talking about this, it was something hidden in the structure of the Keshe Foundation, was surprised and intrigued by how this was done. And that we can bring back. Naomi wasn't the first time we did this. I received a call from the doctor who was connected to the trial that they would like me to attend the university hospital in Belgium, where the Cambridge University scientists build a system to check the correctness of my work. They wrote a program, and the scientists in Tel Aviv University built a machine. To me, it was something we did a year ago. It was irrelevant, case closed, but it had such an influence on the scientific world at that time that the scientists in 3 nations decided to see how Keshe and how much he has brought everything back. Has he just built the brain, or has he actually brought consciousness? And I was invited to be witness to it because they wanted to see my output into this process. I spent a day in the university hospital with this girl who had saved the life of a year before, with this gadget, which was like a mesh on her head, with the computers run by the Israelis and the Cambridge universities and the Belgium scientists together to see how we recognize how much we have saved the physical dimension. And the whole reason was I was invited not only to be witness to it, what I've achieved, and now scientists confirm to it, was the girl recognized my voice and responded to my voice. They must have tried this with the voice of the mother. It didn't work. And that was the reason I was called to go to the hospital, to be there. And there were sets of questions set by the Cambridge University, the University of Tel Aviv, and the Belgians, and I found out later on a few other universities were involved in this. This was a great impact in bringing somebody back scientifically from coma, and they wanted to see how much is conscious. And I had to read sentences which was written by the scientist for the girl to respond. And the interesting point was recognition of the truth by the brain and by what we call the soul. And the girl was next to a monitor. She didn't need to talk. I had to read these questions, and the scientists monitored the behavior of the fields of the brain. For example, one of the questions was, my name is Julie, and we watched the brain reacting that this is wrong. And then I said, my name, the correct name of the girl, and we saw the reaction. Recognition of the truth. And then that time, 2010, that time, 14, 15 years ago, it was setting the intention and for her to understand the intention. It brought a lot of knowledge, a lot of what you call understanding this process. And clear to me that the voice has connection to the soul. It does not matter if we get a physical response on that. And this was one of the things, first things I tried with Naomi, where I was just outside and asked her to move through connection through the soul. The voice was the tool. And this is interesting for knowledge seekers to understand in the future. Give me a second, I'll find a picture, because I took the picture of.
Yeah, let's let him find that picture that he's looking for. But you can see the voice is connected to the soul. So his voice was being connected through an intention, I think, to the soul. So that's why we play these workshops. Again, it can't be taught so much through the voice, but as Mr. Keshe said, he's teaching through the soul, not so much the voice, to all the ones in the universe, even as well as ones on here who are willing to pick up that voice or that soul connection and understand more. So he indicated in other places that he's brought 10 people out of coma. You think this would have been on every science magazine and the rest of it, but they probably knew that Mr. Keshe wasn't going to charge $1 million to bring someone out of coma. As he said, I've done this 10 times. Am I 10 times Christ? So they wanted this technology and probably to be able to charge whatever the market would bear on this, but they didn't fully understand the work of what he was doing here. And he wasn't invited back to the second test, as I stated, with the Prime Minister of Israel, and they failed on that matter.
This when it was happening with leading scientists from the world in Belgium, sitting around trying to get this, confirming that you can bring physical life back. Just 1 second, please.
We'll just show the picture of what was being tried. Let's give it a second here for Mr. Keshe is looking for the picture to show. But as he said, Naomi wasn't the first.
I tried to show you this picture, and this picture has a lot of significant scientific importance in the life of the Keshe Foundation. Then you understand when we teach how it is. And then later on I found out the reason for this not only was to test the correctness of knowledge by scientists around the world. At that time I was an unknown scientist. I only helped just after I came back from Iran with what we call with the space technology. And we electronically monitored the behavior of this girl, how her soul was doing, but they were not monitoring what I was looking at. And I try to show it to you because the face cannot be recognized. And I try to do something with a picture before I show it to you that does not bring any cases against the Keshe Foundation in the future, but those who are mischievous. Let me just correct it.
He's just
In a way,
coloring over
edit it a
part of the
little bit.
face. Mhm.
That
He's doing a little editing.
you understand how. Let me see what can use this pen to do this job.
Be patient, it's coming.
Not good in editing. I need a good person to do this job. Let me see. I don't try to disfigure, but I try to cover. Okay. There's the font. Now I have to go back to the Zoom and I shared it with you, and then I explained to you a lot of scientific, what we call understanding from the test. And then I found out the reason that this was done, confirming the correctness of this technology, was later on for what we offered to the Israeli Prime Minister at that time. You see the face and you see the diagram below. When you open up, you see how many electrodes. All the dots you see, there are 1 electrodes. It's a couple of hundreds of them connected to the, what we call the skull. They picked up every sensation, every motion, everything the brain could do, and there were monitors after monitors like this, analyzing data next to the girl. Her emotion, her feelings, her response, why, how she responded. And this went on for nearly 8-10 hours in the hospital. She was covered that she has no physical connection. All the connections are the same. She couldn't feel cold, she couldn't feel warm. A special blanket was brought in from Israel, that everything is constant. Scientists spend hundreds of, most probably millions of dollars to create this condition. With this, it was very clear I was looking for something else, because it was the first time I seen the girl after a year. And it was a surprise for me to be invited by the, what you call, by the scientists of the university to be present, because I did the job. They wanted to know how and whatever. That how we are connected to our emotion, and how our emotion connects to our energy within we call the soul. Scientific way is a lot of receivers, electrodes on this brain. It's hundreds of them. And you can imagine every single one of these electrodes was connected by wire to one point of a monitor. You can imagine what was in that room. And the reason the Israelis did this and got the Cambridge University Prize, the software for it, and they got the Belgians to test it in the University Hospital, was the correctness of the technology, that they could bring Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, who was in coma, and we offered to help to bring back. They wanted to see if it can be done. If it's correct here, we do. And after a few weeks after this, Sharon, which was the Prime Minister, had a stroke, was also removed privately to this hospital. You can check it on the news. That to start the process of bringing Sharon out of coma. But they didn't ask me to join, they didn't know how to do it. And he ended up with his death. The science of creation is with every single one of us. It's not exclusivity. How to use that science is the key. How to connect the dots. And connecting the dots of life is very easy. Missing a dot is the hardest part. I'm sure you've never seen so many electrodes on a head of a press. It's everywhere. Even goes down her spine in the back. You can see it around the neck. Everything was covered. I sat there and understood more about my work, what I did, and what needed to be done. And after this incident in 2011-12 is where we start hitting the problem with the Belgian monarchy. They wanted how to give life back to them and they stay ever. They didn't understand their misconduct. They brought themselves to them. Now you understand, even the world scientists are puzzled. 13 years ago, I gave life back to this girl, which I was called by Belgians, and this is one of the cases. Giving life back to this woman took me to court to give me. Giving life in Belgium is criminality. Killing people is the right. This is one of the cases when they brought to court. Why? I gave life to this woman. Their job is just to murder. In the state of Belgium, giving life is a criminality. Unless you are a pedophile violent, or rape young children and you give them life different way. And then you understand why dealing with Naomi was so easy. Any other question?
So we see how deep the knowledge runs within the Keshe Foundation, and this was what, 13 years ago that this was performed. I would have thought it would be on every magazine, it would be reviewed more fully in the world scientific community, because there's many people, poor and rich, that go into these comas. I was thinking of the daughter of the King of Thailand, which we had heard last year was in a coma or has been in a coma for a while. And Mr. Keshe has done this a number of times, so you can see how deep the knowledge is. But of course, they thought they had it and didn't invite him back for the actual test with the Prime Minister of Israel, and they lost the patient. I don't think maybe Mr. Keshe knew at the time, but he did explain, as I just stated earlier, that we couldn't have a son of Iran bringing a prime minister of Israel out of coma. That would have meant collaboration and cooperation between the two nations, and others had different agendas. So quite a powerful teaching, and that's why I trust in what Mr. Keshe is saying as far as the soul and the understanding of the expansion of it and the beauty of our own creation, even though I'm not quite there yet. We're approaching. Okay, I think we'll go to the Dome of Peace if we can. Let's just see where we are here, and we'll bring up the first step of the Dome of Peace is releasing some GANS waters with your intention in it. And as he said to Anna Marie, you can use any GANS you'd like. She was explaining the problem with the trucks and moving into Ukraine and the rest. You can hear that a couple of workshops ago. But this is a process on every Sunday. The Brazilians have made this Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. We can release GANS waters collectively together. Again, they know where to go, and they know what to do in bringing balance into so many different situations. So you can, again, this is something for your physicality to do. You can take part in this. And he also said that the GANs would also connect the wellness centers together. We know there's one being developed now in Sanya in a hospital, and there may be some other ones. We know Germany has one as well. So continue to release the GANS waters as the Chinese have done for decades, or at least a decade now. Whoops, let's bring that back up, and we'll go to the first step of creating this dome of peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So that's step one in creating the Dome of Peace, is the release of GANS waters. As I said, it's something for your physicality to do. If you're not sure how to make it, you can go on the KF Wiki and learn how to make a GANS, doing a transmutation of a gas into a nano of itself, and it appears as a solid in the matter state. Well, we can take the water above the GANS and release it into the environment, whether it's a stream or a lake or a pond or a fountain, or just around your own home and your own neighborhood, to bring a peaceful, balanced condition. Again, this is step one of the creating this Dome of Peace. Now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and this is where we use the power of the souls. And of course, the daily intentions every Wednesday and every day in the Brazilian community at the daily intentions happen at 2 a.m. Central European Summer Time, or on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CET or CEST, as you can see. This is a formal meeting, usually lasts around 30 minutes or so. There's some reading, there's some discussion, but you can become an active part in this creation of the Dome of Peace and bringing this permanent peaceful condition to this planet. Again, it's not so much using the matter state, even though we are using that with the GANs, but more powerfully, we're using the powers of the soul or our intentions through the plasma to bring this about. So we thank the Brazilian team for leading this effort in so many ways. So feel free to join them daily or on Wednesdays. You can also join the, I'm just looking for that. I may have, oh, here it is. Sorry, I didn't, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want right here. And you can also join, and I think this is probably the most important part of the work we're doing at this point, is to, again, discover more about ourselves, but use our emotion, our intention to give to world leaders, to give to world religious leaders and anyone else that's responsible for the conditions on this planet, to elevate the soul of these people, a man or a woman, to bring about the change. We all want to see the change. As I said, I mentioned it to people on the street about wishing for peace, and many, I'm quite surprised myself, they said we are wishing for peace, and so on and so forth. But you can join together collectively in a concentrated effort. And why do I say concentrated? Because together at a certain time, we're bringing all these different fields that we all have. So it's fields and combination of fields and interaction with other combinations of fields will hold the key to doing this. But of course, we have to reach a collective awareness of more doing this. It's a test for mankind. So feel free every day. And again, you can be working in the physicality. You can be driving your car, making dinner, or whatever you're doing at work, and take that nanosecond or that 1 minute and use your soul to bring the change. You can become an active player. We thought we were powerless, but now we know the energies of the soul will actually change by giving to these souls, will actually change their position in the physicality. So we thank the Brazilian team for leading this effort and to be there on a daily basis and continuing to generate these fields and these energies to bring about the change. Again, the Universal Council is learning this process as well. We're so physical, we think we have to protest, make phone calls, carry placards, and the rest of it, but it doesn't work that way, and it won't work that way. It's only going to work through the energies of the soul, as I'm understanding it now, to bring the change. Okay, so let's hear the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is where we use the power of the soul.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, so we've got a rough understanding. Some of us have a deeper understanding of this, but let's go to Mr. Keshe's teaching back from, probably in the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We heard a little snippet of this last week, but he's referring to the same scenario 10 years ago or longer about the Prime Minister of Israel elevating their soul, as well as the other side, people behind the curtain and the rest of this. So let's take another 3 minutes and just listen to what Mr. Keshe brought years and years ago on how to bring the change. Obviously, we haven't followed through, or the timing is not right, because we're still in a more precarious, it seems, a more precarious position today than we were back then. But it's the same process, and we need to reach the collective awareness of the souls on this planet to join in this process. In a way, as he said, this is a test for mankind. If they do it, it's just magic. If we do it through our intentions, then we'll keep it for generation and generation, and will become a permanent peace on this planet. But let's listen to a few words of Mr. Keshe for about 3 minutes, and then we will dive into this dimension of energy in the fields, and you can send out whatever fields you'd like.
You can open your soul to any soul to receive what they need. At the same time, you find out you receive what the soul needs to give. So at the same time as you're a teacher, you become a student. At the same time as you're a nourisher, you get nourished. From the higher levels or equal and plus. Maybe I'll go back to the question or something which was raised by Rick about, or question raised about what do we think about Gaza. Let us all give freely through our soul to the Prime Minister of Israel. That his soul will receive as much as he needs, and through it will affect the work and the direction. Maybe by giving freely to his soul to take what he leaves, we reach the soul of the people who finance these things. Because the man is a spokesman, and the people who decide sit behind the curtains. Maybe through his soul we can reach those who finance these things or encourage these things, that their soul changes. We don't pray for the man, we pray for the soul of the man, or we give to the soul of the man. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of, there are millions of supporters of Keshe Foundation we know around the world. And I know a lot of people listen to these workshops. You spend time every day and open your soul to the Prime Minister of Israel, and the same to the other side. That through them will reach to their paymasters. And through them, they will see that the man elevates to the next point, next position. And maybe, as I say, the situation where it sits in Gaza and the Prime Minister of Israel is a test for mankind to learn how to teach or how to give freely to one soul when it's in need of. The souls who create conditions like this, the souls who support creation conditions, the physicalities which support these conditions for the physical side to do and talk about, they are in need. So let's fulfill their souls, that they have no needs. Don't punish them, but give them enough that they have enough, they don't look in another pocket.
Okay, so let's fulfill their souls together. And this is, again, a daily process. And he's not limiting it to once a day or once a week. He's saying, open your soul every day, as often as you can. As Shweta was reading there, don't do it just once a time, but do it all the time. So let's take 5 minutes of silence, enter into this dimension of energy in that rotating plasma ball, and you can send out whatever fields you'd like, and that combination of fields will create the change. Again, it's not a day job, so don't look tomorrow everything becomes peaceful on this planet, even though this is our wish that it happens sooner than later. So let's just take 5 minutes. It's the same process you go through in the Brazilian, joining the daily intentions or the intentions on Wednesday and the rest. This is something that you just decide to join on the soul level, on the energy level, every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time. And again, this is how the change will happen when more of us wake up and realize the power within us to bring change and to elevate other souls that are in need. So let's just take 5 minutes and we'll start now. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And the beauty of it is nobody fails this test. You don't have to get out into the streets. I wish we could reach people that are in the streets and tell them, listen, you don't have to get arrested. You don't have to be tear gassed. You can do this in your car. You can do this at home. You don't have to be out in the streets. Actually, I think being out in the streets is counterproductive. I know not everyone there is wishing for peace. They're actually there to create a conflict or trouble with the people that are marching or holding signs. But if they would get this idea that you can bring the change through the energy dimension without getting assaulted, without getting hurt, without traveling for miles and miles to join another group to do this. This can all happen right from your own living room, your own home, your own bedroom, in your car, or wherever you are. And once we reach that point, this collective awareness, we will start to see the change. And then, of course, Mr. Keshe will be bringing in more and more of these matter state systems that we become having this jaw-dropping experience with seeing some of these systems and bringing people out of coma and transmutation and the creation of feeding through the fields, that they're just going to move in a new direction. So thank you all. And I think this is the most important work we can do at this point in time. And again, it's not the end of the trip once we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. It's only the next step to go into the next step in interacting in the universal community with our larger family, as I understand it. So thank you all. And now I think we'll be going, unless anyone has any questions or comments on this. I think it's time to go to the part we've all been waiting for. As I said earlier, before the program started, Alex has been sort of trying to help us to understand this rotation, this X, Y, and Z axis, and the rest of this rotating plasma. Perhaps Mr. Keshe has heard your desire for others to understand in a way, and he's brought in and opened up this rotating plasma light ball that we need to interact with. So again, we thank you for your regular and constant appearance here and your desire to enlighten all of us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Alex. Welcome.
And thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for coordinating us all here with your leadership skills.
Okay, yeah. Hardly. I know somebody was asking about the wellness center in Arizona. I'm not sure of the status exactly. We know there's been another one opened up in Sanya. We know there's one in Germany. So right now, I think until others come online and get fully operational, that you should just contact the office at de.kfwellness.center, and they'll direct you in the right way. Again, I don't think you have to travel anywhere, but that's also another possibility of going there sometimes, because again, we're so physical, we want to go to the hospital, but we're realizing this is a hospital without any beds. Go ahead, Alex, sorry. Just wanted to interject that.
Very, very good, and good afternoon to everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and we are conducting very important work because we're following up not only the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, but the Brazilian team meetings on Friday. And in our efforts, we're trying to enhance the understanding of the knowledge, and we're hopeful that in many ways we will be successful. But what makes this meeting so strong is the members on the panel who are here representing the different continents. So welcome everybody on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And we will have to begin by conducting some business here, unfortunately. So please stand by as we deal with this.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you for that. That was well said. And so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We will try and
Yeah, but Alex, aren't you going to play the religious disclaimer as well? Oh, wait, that'll come in the future, I think. Would we need a disclaimer about the soul?
well, I was going to make a snide comment about that, and you have completed it, so I don't have to do that.
Not yet. Hopefully never, but we'll see how this progresses.
Yeah, well, one thing we don't have to do is apologize for being born, do we? Anyway,
No.
having said that,
Yeah.
I want to welcome everybody here, as I said, to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. And when we say American, the implication, of course, is the North American meeting, but it includes South American as well. But then how do we cut off the Americas from the rest of the world? And this is an interesting conversation because we just had the conference in Sanya, and that's on the other part of the world. And we see that there are a lot of similarities with our world here, but you know, because the Earth is turning around, and in fact, there are similarities everywhere. And this is a good thing. So we found that there was gold in them there hills. Well, there's gold in everywhere. And this is the Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing intermediate transition. Today's topic is uncut. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is July the 7th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So yes, welcome this continuation of the thousands and thousands of hours of teaching, both public and private. And as we get more teachers coming on, the hours of the sessions keep getting longer and accumulate. And somehow we try and distill them so that the average person who's been, shall we say, out of the loop for the last 15 years can catch up. And why not? Because that information is in the genes. So it's just a matter of understanding that and accessing that. It sounds so simple. And the fact of the matter is that this information cannot be cut away from you. It is ingrained with you. It is inherent in you. It is an inalienable connection. It's uncut. Uncut comes from, I believe, the Greek language, where A is un and tom is cut. And so when you're looking at the basic atom, they figured that was the smallest thing and you couldn't cut it up. And that's why they called it the atom, the ultimate uncut thing. And of course, ever since they did that, we've had tremendous effort to cut that up. And it has been a dismal failure because we're on the hesitancy highway. We have to understand that this is the lowest energy state. And as well was said, life is hard until you get up on the horse. But which horse? You want to pick the winning horse, don't you? But sometimes it could lead to conflict. And as we know, with conflict, there's always an unpleasant climax. But history could easily be washed away. And we see a lot of information, a lot of societies, a lot of history go down the drain that way. But as we are looking at the universal knowledge, as it's put forward by Maranatavakali Keshe in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, this is an important thing to understand, isn't it? And book number 2, The Structure of the Light. The structure and the light has structure, and as such, it travels. And book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. Well, shouldn't that be book number 1? But as we can see, that 1 splits into 2. An interesting concept. Divide and conquer is another interesting concept. Unify into one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace is another concept. And for 333 weeks in a row, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have bringing forward this concept every Tuesday, so that we all understand that we're all part of the humanity race. And in this race, we're all winners. Because we operate on the plasma highway, but how do we get on that plasma highway? Do we really understand it when we're bogged down in the transmission highway? And that's pretty good. We get fascinated with that transmission highway, you know, radio transmission, TV transmission, cellular transmission, internet transmission. But what about plasma transmission? There's a transition highway, and we're investigating that. This is part of the intermediate transition. We're trying to find out if the speed of light is the constant transmission. Is this a symbol of truth? Is the universe 70% hydrogen? Or is this a symbol of truth? And when we talk about the washing, I looked for Richard Feynman's reference to the thimble of having all the energy in the thimble. And that's been washed away in Wikipedia as in so many things. And so we try and find out, where are we? And when we look on the MAGRAPH pie chart, we can see that we're here. Or are we here? And wait a second, how can you cut the uncut pie? So there are two forces that come together. This is the basis of the plasma teaching. And as we see in terms of reference of conventional physics, there's an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension, brings together these forces. And as you can see, they're positive. But when these forces come together, it could be a point of conflict. And of course, it needs a point of resolution, conflict resolution. And so one of the ways to do that, of course, is to create a point of containment, where you can create the containment for the conflict, or you can have a point of containment to resolve the conflict. And we have the capability to make these choices. These are binding choices, and we've made binding choices. Energy binding is very important. It's a very self-serving thing, because in order for us to maintain our Magrav pi, we have to be self-serving. But for some reason, most of us have opted to be self-serving at the expense of others. Well, think about it. The others are also trying to be self-serving. And if you're stealing from them, they have a problem. They are not fulfilling their self-serving obligations. So they have to steal from someone else. And if that's not convenient, then maybe they'll have a point of conflict with you. And of course, when they have a point of conflict, this becomes another form of disruption. So if we understand that the plasma manifestation precedes the physical manifestation, that is not disruption, that is creation. So the disruption is exclusively in the physical manifestation. And we see this because the physical manifestation may manifest differently in different people, although the plasmatic manifestation is the same. And when we say the plasmatic manifestation, we have to understand that they're different energy levels. So this manifestation in the physical manifestation may be obesity, blood pressure, or cancer, just to name a few. But fundamentally, it's tied to the pH. And so we see that in examples of acidity within our blood serum pH, it causes an anaerobic condition. The DNA will expand. And then adenosine triphosphate production will be reduced. And of course, cellular communication will be disrupted. And so this is fairly important because we have over 70 trillion cells in our body. So do you remember Utnapishtim? Do you know? Do you remember Noah and his ark? Do you remember Noah and his story? And you could rightfully say, well, I don't remember, I wasn't there. And yet we have 7 different continents and 7 different civilizations, and they all have the same story. They call it the Great Flood, which is the great transgenerational wash. So this memory is in our RNA transcription. It's part of our unconsciousness. And this memory is carried forward. We call it karma. So karma is a transgenerational transition. And it's grounded to this earth space. And it's grounded through the blood. And so we have historically spilled the blood into the earth space. And this is a commentary on man's history of war, which is clearly disobeying the fundamental plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So as this could possibly become a point of conflict, then the higher strength can eat the weaker strength, and that becomes our operation manual for energy binding. And so when we see the energy binding, it's because energy is always moving. And so the negative gives and the positive takes, and when it's giving and taking from itself, well, that's very binding. But when we give and take from others, that energy can be flowing. So we have an opportunity to choose. And so when we understood the basic energy terminology, we found that as the energies come together on the X and Y axis and the Z axis, they represent things like rotation, polarity, and field strength. And we talk about the rotation as being part of the transmission, the polarity as part of the transition, and the field strength as part of the transmutation. But as we've advanced, we found that there is a transmission on the X-axis that is also part of the transition dimension. Because the transmission energy state has not been specified. And so we say the Y-axis can affect the transition dimension, but the transition dimension has not been specified, and it clearly affects the transmission dimension. So what we're talking about is the medium. The message travels on that medium. If the X-axis and the Y-axis is not specified, where do you put that message? So the creation of the universe comes from energy. And energy is positive. But since energy is always in motion, then the charge of the energy is a direction of motion. And if there's a direction, then it's a coming to and going from, a giving and taking. And as we see, the structure of light is in between. It leaves one, goes to the other. But which way? Well, that's unspecified. We're just saying all things in combination. Well, on which transmission level? Well, that's also unspecified. Well, which transition level? Again, it's unspecified. So as we're searching for our outer space, are we just running around the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky? Is that what we're doing? And we always wondering, where are we? Is this where we are? Right here? So, fortunately for us, we have some milestones. We have gravitational confirmation. We can see the hydrogen as a gravitational construct, as a gravitational form artifact of what? Well, we see the magnetical field interact from the sun and the magnetical field interaction with the earth and the magnetical field interaction of other energies, and they come together in a gravitational construct. And it's unique. It has a fingerprint. We call it hydrogen. And hydrogen is one of the elements. So this hydrogen has come together as an energy pack. And that energy pack has different strengths. And that energy pack has to have a containment. And so that containment is a parceling unit. But this is different from a battery. You can hold a battery, that's a parceling unit. But you can't hold the energy that's in the battery. The only time you can experience that energy is when you use it. So you have to have, shall we say, a circuit. A circuit In other words, a track, a field, a pathway? And are all pathways the same? Or are all circuits the same? And as such, how do you choose? So there has to be some criteria. And so this is all part of the principal matter. Well, when we say the principal matter, are we talking about the principal matter? Or are we talking about a principal matter that is part of the principal matter? If you've ever been to a Chinese buffet, they are glorious. And you cannot eat everything. You will only eat something, and you will choose. So the principal matter of the universe is like a buffet, isn't it? So when we're looking at the hydrogen, there's something about the hydrogen that changes its susceptibility. In other words, its potentiation. And we see that it is bound with oxygen in water. And so when that pH is high, it's alkaline, it's gravitational. And when it's low, it's acidic, it's magnetical. But there are all of these other pHs in between. So they're all part of the principal interaction. And so we see that energy is in motion, energy is a two-way street, and there's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. In other words, the field energies around the sun are self-contained as part of its transition. But the interaction of the field energies of the sun also interact with the field energies of the earth, which are also self-contained. But now, when you have this interaction of energy, that becomes a transmission. And of course, it too is a two-way street. So when you look at the self-containment, the principal energy flow, we see that as far as the Earth is concerned, we are the blue planet. We call it such because we are the water planet. And water is a universal solvent. And we use it to wash things. So when we think about washing things, maybe we think about washing our hands, washing a car, washing our food, washing the dishes, or washing our history. And so when we look at the energy path of the orbiting satellites around this planet, we see a pathway. And we see that pathway go all the way around, but it seems to go in a different pattern from straight up and down or around the equator. It seems to go around in a spiral fashion. And yet the planet rotates on its axis, rotates the equator around the poles. And we can see the Africas, we can see the Americas, and we can see Australia, and they are all part of this planet. And there is no way to cut them out, because the constituency of this planet involves all of them. Collectively as one planet. But the energy pathways go from pole to pole. So we see the energy going from the North Pole to the South Pole, but conversely, the energy goes from the South Pole to North Pole. So from a polar point of view, we could say that one way is up and one way is down. Yeah, we could say that. We could say that the North Pole is the top of the Earth, the South Pole is the bottom. We could say that. So we're talking about relationships. And in the plasma science, magnetic and gravitational relationships are always in balance. It's called a mag-grav condition. But there's no such thing as perfect balance in a particular dimension. Because if there is a perfect balance, then it's not visible. So clearly, one dimension cannot see another dimension. And maybe this is the problem where we have the scientific community. The dimension that they operate is in the conservation of magnetic fields and energy. And the spiritual community is dealing with the spirit and the soul. So the plasma science is dealing with the mag-grav balance and brings these other two sciences together and adds to the knowledge. And so we can clearly see that this is going to change the relationships that we have, because there is a law of conservation of energy. But the thing is that there are different kinds of energy, different kinds of levels. But let's say in the physical realm, we have kinetic energy and potential energy. And so we put that in a formula and we find the left side of the initial energy and the right side of the final energy is in balance. However, the kinetic energy is unspecified. The potential energy is unspecified. And the balance point is, well, it's unspecified because energy can be neither created nor destroyed. It can only be converted. And how is it converted? Well, that's unspecified. So, as we say, the perspective of hydrogen is also unspecified, but we see that things change. Things become less stable. Things become less healthy. We say there's a color shift from the blue shift to the red shift. A lot of people think about the red shift as the separation and the blue shift as the convergence. So as we are binding our energies, we have to create boundaries, don't we? And when we create boundaries, we need more space. And so when we create more space, then we create a separation, hence the red shift. But the perspective also includes strength. And so we see that the initial potential energy is strong, and the final potential energy, well, that's weak. So there's a consumption. And the rate of consumption is called susceptibility. And so where on this pH of strength are you? So as we gather up the sequence, we find that the fundamental sequence is based on the gravitational attraction. We call it feedback, or the magnetical repulsion. We call it feeding. But we are, because of our energy binding needs, the last man standing. And so therefore, we can make choices. So our needs cannot be delegated. They have to be assumed where we can turn it on and turn it off. That's part of our feeding. Or we can increase or decrease the strength. Would we want to decrease our strength? It doesn't sound very attractive. Well, it affects our positioning. And so in that light, we can enhance or diminish our position. Because in our positioning, we strengthen our position as the last man standing with choices. And so for the benefit of the energy binding system, the stronger feeds the weaker, and those are the rules. So to feed, you have to have a field to capture that feeding. And so we see the x-axis transition as one way to capture it, but then as the y-axis transition, and so the difference being perpendicular to the ground or elevated above the ground. But we haven't specified which ground, and we haven't specified the position, and we can't account for the difference in position. So when we look at the pH of hydrogen, we find that the water splitting always totals a pH of 14. Well, the neutral position for the pH of hydrogen is 7. So what does that mean? That means there's a balance between the acidity at a pH of 7 and the alkalinity at a pH of 7. And that balance is clear. And so when you have clear water, you have a neutral pH. And that neutral acid and alkaline totals 14. But if we unzip this and we go through this y-axis transition and we go through different layers, we find that there's always a balance, say between pH of 6 and pH of 8. 6 and 8 is 14. And so if we choose 5, then we have to choose 9. 9 and 5 is 14. And likewise, if we choose 4, 4 chooses 10. 4 and 10 is 14. So always the water splitting totals 14. So you choose one, you get the other. But how do we move? How do we move along this level? Do we move along the ground, above the ground, or do we move through all the different layers? How do we choose which pH zipper transmission do we take? So when we're talking about the y-axis transition, then we're talking about polarity, up and down motion. And so we see that there are peaks and valleys. And they create a wave. And so we get a vertical wave transportation where things go up and down. So we talked about quarks. And in this y-axis transition, we've seen that a proton is composed of 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. So clearly, this is dependent on things up and down. It is also dependent on colors. So we can see that, well, 1 up quark and the other up quark, although they're both up quarks, are not the same. So we can understand that an up quark and down quark are not the same, but why are the 2 up quarks not the same? So when we look at the density, and density is gravitational because gravity seeks density. So this accounts for the reason that oxygen is part of the water, because oxygen is more dense than hydrogen. And as a result, we see when we talk about alkalinity, that's wetter. But when we talk about acidity, that's more oily. And so we find that our balance point is near the mid-range. and acids, oils, and alkaline water don't mix, not in the middle of the spectrum. But funny things happen when you go to the extremes. And we experience this with the cups of life. So we've seen that things go up and down. So for instance, in the nanocoating process, we had atoms and they become monatomic in their nanocoating. So they're still the same element, but they're not in the same conformity. They represent another point, representation of the inner space. And we've seen that the cups can be different. So in this case, the cup on the left is emotional, the cup on the right is physical. But both of these represent our emotional strength. And we were able to manifest other ganses. These were all part of the radiance manifestation into CO2 GANs and calcium GANs and zinc and copper GANs. And in fact, we had amino acid GANs and water GANs. And since Sanya, we see the gold GANs. So when we look at the cups of life, we understand that different cups and different ganses represent different things. And so when we look at the basic elements of the interaction of our emotions and our physicality, we find that those are two different dimensions and they interact together and they create something. So when we look at this y-axis transition dimension, and we seem to gravitate to this atomic physicality, this uncut physicality, we see that if we elevate in field strength, we will go to the nanocoating process. But it's still a physicality. So in that case, it's not an atomic, it's monatomic. And then if we elevate again, we get into this GAN state, but it's still a physicality. It's not a monatomic physicality, it's a GANS physicality. So each one takes us to a different level of transmission. But what affects the transition susceptibility? And we know that that happens because when we look at the periodic table of elements, look at all the details. The Earth space has a big range. These are just some of them, some that are very relevant to our public teachings. The amino acid, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. The sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium being the medium. The copper and the zinc being our physicality and our emotional strength. Iron being the anchorage of our blood. And gold being the desire to fulfill all of our wishes, whatever they may be. And then, of course, there's the silicon, which is the basis of this planet, and the sulfur, the energy that drives it all. But as I said, these are only some of the elements. The main element, of course, being the water. But water is not an element. Water is a molecule. It's a combination of two elements, hydrogen and oxygen. And it's in balance, as we said. But you have two small hydrogens and one big fat oxygen, and yet the Magrath condition is balanced and is round. How is that possible? And then you have this capability of shearing off that electron. And of course, that electron is the negative, but it's a positive energy. So it's a negative in its giving. And that leaves a negative charge on the hydroxyl because it's lost a positive hydrogen. And so this energy that is always in motion is looking to combine And so it'll either cross over to another, deflect from another, or get involved in a twisting. And that twisting enhances tightening or coiling or tunneling. So all of those are energy parceling units. And they parcel these energy packs which are always in motion. And we discussed a couple of weeks ago the 3 sets of 4 pairs of quarks and how they had 64 combinations, just like the I Ching. And so when we looked at these quarks, they were up or down, top or bottom, charming or cool or strange. But there's no reference. How do you know which way is up? Fortunately for us, as we sit on our chair, we know we're not on the ceiling. But when you look at the genes and you see the RNA and DNA interaction, you don't know which way is up, or you don't know which way is coming or going. And so what we're trying to do through our physicality is some kind of gene therapy or gene modification. It can also involve gene mutilation. Interestingly enough, those are all physical modifications, whereas the plasma science involves the restoration to the original genes, the original history, the pre-washed genes. And so when we look at the DNA, we find that the DNA is different. There's a cellular DNA, and that DNA is the same in all the cells in our body. Inside the cells is the mitochondria, and the mitochondrial DNA is different from the cellular DNA. And then, of course, there are vertical people, we call them the plants. Well, they have their own DNA, and as you can see by the variety of plants, there's a variety of DNA combinations. Same is true for the horizontal people, and then so that includes the animal world and the humanity world. We're all part of the horizontal group. And each of us has a unique DNA. It's our fingerprint. It's our gravitational confirmation. And there are 8 billion of us on this planet, and we're all unique, but we're all part of the same family. So when we're looking at the basic structure, this basic DNA comes together in the shape of codons. And so they're not cut. There is no cleavage per se to cut. They follow. You have an initiator, the rest follow. It's automatic. There may be billions of combination potentials, but the blueprint is always the same. And the blueprint is not the manifestation. And that's the difference between what we see with the straight line Euclidean geometry we talked about and the curved Riemannian geometry that takes into account the angular momentum, the angular relationships, and the curvature of one and the curvature of the other. And we haven't said, are they round, spherical, or elliptical? And so when we look at the shape of the Earth, we find that it is flattened on top and it rotates around the equator. We call that the x-axis. And that equator rotates around the poles. We call that the y-axis. And so the y-axis dimension is based on this polarity. And so as we move around on the ground, we move around everywhere on this planet at the same rate. It takes one day to go around. I often wonder, is the car driving at the equator driving faster than the car that's driving closer to the North Pole? Because clearly the distance is shorter. How about if you're just standing still? You're not standing still, you're standing on a rotating sphere. And wherever you are, there's a relationship between the equatorial fields and the polar interaction. And as a result, this facilitates the principal matter interaction. So different principal matter interacts differently at different points and at different field strengths. And we said that 1 and 1 comes to more than 2. Why? Well, because the first one is not the same as the second one. And the combination of the first two, they are part of the feeding dimension. And that combination creates a third dimension, which is part of the feedback dimension. And you still have the first two. So if you have the first two and you have the third, then when you bring the first two together, you can't just end up with 2. And since you are looking at this, you are none of those 3. So we, as the observer or fudger, as we kind of smudge the pie, we live in the 4th dimension. That 4th dimension is a combination of the 3 dimensions. And so getting back to these quarks, and we find that the way they teach it is that 2 up quarks and 1 down quarks equals a proton. But 1 up quark and the other up quark are not the same. So that's the same thing. 1 and 1 is not the same 1. But interestingly enough, when we flip it upside down, 1 up and 2 down quarks equals a neutron. Which side is the quark side? Or which side is the right side? How do I know which way is up and which way is down? And with reference to what? And so when we look at the quark math, we throw a little spin on it. A 2/3 spin to be positive and a 1/3 spin to be negative. And so when we make an equation and we see that to create a proton, 2 up plus 1 down, the math comes out to 1. And when we turn that upside down, minus 1/3 plus minus 1/3 is minus 2/3 plus 2/3, and you end up with nothing, the neutron. So that's the difference. One is one and the other is nothing. But the one and the zero, like in computers, represents a yes or no or a direction. And so this is how we've established this electron fixation. And so this is Richard Feynman's claim to fame the interaction between light and matter. And of course, he knew that he could put all the energy into a thimble. But another scientist, Yuichiro Nambu, wrote the theory of positrons and said there's no creation nor annihilation, only a change of directions of moving particles. And of course, that movement is from the past to the future or from the future to the past. The implication, of course, is that if you're changing directions, you can change the history. And if you can change the history, then you can change the future, isn't it? But how do you know which way you're going? So, to discuss the elements and to discuss the electrons, we took a chart from Wikipedia to show the relationship between the mass of the elements. So in the case of hydrogen, for instance, is a mass of 1. And that mass on the periodic table represents a proton. Now we've seen the proton has a 1. And the number of electrons is 1. But the hydrogen is uncut. It's an atomic element. The electron and the proton are intimately married together into the hydrogen. If they were cut, it wouldn't be hydrogen. And so conveniently, the 1 is a proton, and of course the nothing, well, there is no neutron. Well, when we get into helium, now that's a different story. And when we get into all the rest of them, they all have that same story. That not only do they have a proton, so let's say, for instance, if we go to our favorite, oxygen, it has a mass of 8. So it has 8 protons, 8 electrons, and we say 8 neutrons. But, you know, it doesn't work out in perfect integers, but, you know, we can just fudge it a little bit. You know, it's close enough. Round it off. And just for your enjoyment here, I've listed some of the other elements on the periodic table of elements. And as you can see, well, there's quite a few of them, and they're all unique. But there's a pattern, there's a progression, and each of them are in balance, and each of them has a proton-electron marriage, and each of them is uncut. And there are many, many more. And on this planet, they seem to go up to 118 elements. And as you can see, some of the names have been changed. I'm not familiar with some of them. They must have been changed recently. But it doesn't really matter. The name doesn't matter. What does matter is that there is some kind of pattern here. And all of them are uncut. So when we look at this polarity issue, the North and South Pole, if we were to, say, wrap them up into a tube, we could create a horizontal field. And in this horizontal field, we have a South Pole and a North Pole and a South Pole and a North Pole. So opposite poles attract and they create this wave. But what if we were to unravel this tubular field, make it a linear polarity? Then we could say that this is undifferentiated because, like, we don't know what it is. It's just a bunch of north and south poles. But what if we change the rotation around the polarity, the y-axis polarity, and create a vertical field? So now as it rotates, you have the poles also rotate. So the interesting thing here is that when you're looking at the y-axis transition dimension and you're looking at the planet, how it rotates, it's like a big fat atom, isn't it? It's like a big fat magravs, has a north pole and a south pole, and it rotates around. It rotates around the equator. What causes the rotation? Is it the wave action, the sine wave action? The movement from the North Pole to the South Pole, the polar flipping? Is it the up and down motion? When we climb up the stairs, we're going up. What happens when we get to the end of the stairs? It's a long way down. But it's down to the bottom of the next stairs. And from there, we go back up again. But it's not the same pH because you're on a different staircase. And this is the reality of the atomic physicality. So if we were to look at this magnetic field, and let's say, for instance, look at a magnetic induction field around an electric motor. Now let's unzip it, right? Let's uncoil it. Let's flatten the curve, so to speak. It's the same induction field, but it's no longer cylindrical. It's now linear. Let's think about this for a moment. If we look at the bending and we find that in the bending, the higher the surface to volume, the higher the negative charge. So as we bend our shoulder, bend our elbow, bend our wrist, or bend our finger, we are creating oxygen. We're also creating hydrogen. You can't create one without creating the other. And the reason for that is because we're full of GANs. And that GANs is fluid. That GANs is a plasma water. Not the same as the water that's flowing in the rivers or the water that is washing our history. And what gives it the structural stability? Well, we have to get to the core of the matter. Let's think about this. Part of the coiling is you have to have a pattern. Well, this is a strange pattern. Some would say it's kind of diamond shaped. But if we coil that, we can clearly see that there's a growth. But this growth is not circular, it's spiral in its growth. And of course, there are brilliant people out there who have found a very practical use for this spiral growth. And in order to allow it to get together and to grow, you had to have at least two layers, an inside layer and an outside layer, so that you could, shall we say, glue the spiral together. And then, of course, once you achieve that, then you see how the spiral growth continues. For instance, there are many form artifacts out there that are representative of the same thing. In other words, the cellular tissue of a plant, for instance, when you look closely, it grows in a spiral form. When you look at the strands of a web and you look at it closely, you find that that woven web is woven in a spiral manner. So this knowledge is not exclusive to humanity, is it? Unfortunately, we have a practical application for that, so we've created this tubular form artifact. But the question is, where else have we seen this spiral form? And so we see the relationship between the hexagonal gravitational form of protein and the pentagonal magnetical form of sugar. And it creates this twisting susceptibility. But the question is, when you have the form artifact, was it cut from a broader cloth? And then when you see the form artifact, then the question is, well, which one is uncut? Well, the thing is that when you have the one and it twists and creates another one, it can no longer be part of the first one. It is one, but it is a different one. And yet the twisting susceptibility continues. So now you have 1 + 1, and it creates more than 2. And it continues. And so this is the thing about the motion. When you move in one direction, the foreground objects move in another direction. But this movement is not decided. The balance of power sits elsewhere. It's unseen. And so the pH of perspective creates a scenario of intensity where you have more intensity and less intensity. And we all understand inverse square law, but there's an anomaly there. We'll talk about that later. But the point being is that there's a source and there's a destination. And the susceptibility in between determines what it is by mass and volume, and hence the periodic table of elements. And so when we look at the pH of quarks, there's no mass and there's no volume. Where on the pH scale do they belong? We have a plasma shift from a plasma state to a GAN state to a nano state to a matter state to a small m matter state, all of them going in a progressively lower and lower energy state, but it's a two-way street. They go back up. So the lowest energy is heat and electricity. And then we see the blueprints of the quarks, the I Ching and the DNA. We get into nuclear physics and the light matter, and then we get into plasma physics, the dark matter, and then the principal matter, the interactive energy transfer state. And because they're higher energy levels, they are gravitational. So that gravitational orientation is different from what we see as the gravitational orientation of the planet. This is the gravitational orientation of the plasma shift. And so oxygen is a gravitational conformation because it is more dense. And it is a fundamental product of this planet. And it has a unique fingerprint, has a unique color spectrum. But it too is representative of the field strength coming from the magnetical field forces of the sun interacting with the magnetical field forces of the earth, interacting with the magnetical field forces of the universe. Not hydrogen, but oxygen. So when we look at the physicality, and we call it the atomic physicality, it's atomic because it's uncut. And so if we are at a pH of 5, we have to have another opposite field at the pH of 9. 9 and 5 is 14. The 5 is uncut. The 9 is uncut. Same is true for the relationship between 6 and 8. So the pH transmission level is uncut, but the y-axis transition is unspecified. So when we summarize this whole thing, it's all based on feedback, isn't it? Sound, light, heat, pressure, luster, superficiality, laminar containment. These are all part of the x-axis transmission dimension transition. It's a dominance of man-made range deviation. We call it the conscious awareness. It overrides the unconscious awareness. Really? The y-axis transition dimension is exposed. So we see that the oxygen-rich blood becomes the Earth space polar y-axis transition form artifact. It's often referred to as life. So the transmission spectrum is the non-visible viral spectrum orbitals. The transition of visible transmission spectrums, a spectrum to a spectrum based on susceptibility, where you see the surface superficiality based on the internal substance. The physicality is based on the plasma substrate. The relationship of gravitational to magnetical, and wherever it is a point of containment. But that point of containment is within one step beyond, above and below. If you know which way is which. The y-axis transition dimension is actually a communication antenna that has to stay within the range transition. So the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. So motion itself cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So when we talk about tuning, we have the plasma dominant tuning precedes the physical dominant tuning. And so this tuning of the range transition is by nearness and proximity and not distance. So the y-axis transition dimension, well, it's not man-space centric, that's for sure. And it's probably not Earth-space centric either. So maybe it's sun-space centric. But for sure, it's dimension centric. And the proximity is dimension centric, and the nature of pressure is dimension centric. So we're talking about 3 transmission dimension. What is the message, and how is the message contained? Which transmission dimension carries the folding deviation? So we know that the quarks in the I Ching and the DNA are historical and transgenerational blueprints for energy transfer state to matter state, but in an undifferentiated state. The uncut state is differentiated. So the Magrav state is uncut. The physicality is uncut. Obviously, the atom by name is uncut. But therefore, so is the monatomic nanostate, equally the Gantt state, therefore the plasma state, therefore the field state, therefore the universal state is also uncut. And this is the problem with the old math. When we look at the new atomic, the new uncut math, we see that the neutron mass equals the proton mass plus the electron mass. But we have to add the mass of the PM ticks plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter, because the totality is achieved through the energy level balance and positioning. So when we're targeting our outer space, we have to realize that we're in a gravitational Earth space and we're looking for a gravitational sun space. And so there has to be a range between the magnetical gravitational fields and the range between the materialization and dematerialization characteristics of our nature that takes us from one manifestation point through the transparency point to another manifestation point. And these manifestation points are all part of the matter plasma dimensions. And some are physical and some are plasmatic. But these are matter state dimensions. And man is feedback dominant, meaning very physical. But the matter plasma is also part of that domination. Because the message is in the feeding and the feedback manifestation. We're just an antenna. And in order to understand the transmission, we have to understand the tuning transition, where you select up one force, which is uncut, and balanced by a force selection of another uncut force. These resulting selections feed manifestations. And this is a manifestation selection And the selection manifestation is therefore predetermined by choosing the peace dome of intention. You as the last man standing. Your range transition affects a standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. So the y-axis transition balance is to and from this peace dome. So when we're talking about the plasma balance, sure, knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight. And of course, experience will change a man's perspective. But the misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. The historical reference becomes meaningless. The pH balance becomes the polar balance. And the plasma balance is uncut. So when we see the potentiation layers of the pH of the maggraph, there are many points on the perspective scale. Or the pH of war, too many warriors discovered too late. They maybe start out on the horse, but they end up on the ground. And we see our blue planet, because of this misunderstanding, the bloodletting is turning the planet red. So when we look at the polar scale, we see that there are many points, many layers. And it's a two-way street. And now we see the relationship between physical motors and plasmatic motors. We see how the linear electric motor is basically the flattening of the curve. And peace, there are many points on the dove. Many points for peace. The pH of peace is mandatory if we are to travel and do the transmutation through the universe. And the transmutation testing begins this month for the next 4 months. From July, August, September, October. Book your seats now. And of course, the research needs to continue because this is part of the real space plasma research. Join the team. Make history. We are in the post-March 15th era of 2024 where we can make some choices, be part of the new selection process to look for that graceful inner space that will take us to outer space. That we become part of the greater oneness, transcending the limitations of nuclear science as we've been teaching for 545 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops. The education continues. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science is welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. Yes, it involves the World Peace Treaty, and you need to sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your soul. Sign it with your heart. And sign it with true intention. Because man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe. And yes, you can find heaven through the field transition. So can you go into outer space without a peace dome? I doubt it. And mining the transition dimensions of truth and history, well, that just changes things, doesn't it? It allows you to stay within the ranges of standard deviation of honor. The honor of the truth, of the bargain, of the deal that you agreed to when you were born. And if you understand that, then we can navigate through the uncut fields. We can navigate through the uncut fields of the physical transmission dimensions. And so plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So yes, welcome to the new outer space age. This is the end of the lesson. It's also the end of the intermediate transition series. I hope you've enjoyed this. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you very much, Alex, for delivering. Do we get certificates or anything since we graduated from this session, from this section of teachings? Or is that too much in the matter state?
I'd gladly give you a hamburger today if you would pay me next Tuesday.
Sure. I'm sure people have many questions. We're hoping they'll voice them, but let's keep it to about 2 questions per participant, so Alex doesn't get tired out here. I know he's been going for a while. So let's, who wants to join the conversation, or who wants to open this up a little bit more? Again, I see you showed the spider web, but I was also thinking, Alex, of if we're in our easy chair with the television in front of us and we have a remote control with 180 channels or 1 trillion channels on it, is our movement within this spherical ball of the plasma any different than just pressing a button on the remote and switching to another channel? One channel, I want to be on the planet Earth and see the beauty of it, so we switch to that channel. Now I'd like to go to outer space, so now there's another program being displayed about space or space travel, so I go there. Is our movement, which I don't think there's any real movement within the plasma, in a way, the plasma is spinning around us. We're in the center of it in so many ways. So we have all these channels open. Is it just as easy in a way as switching a remote to a different channel? I want to see the mom. I can interact with the mom. Oh, it's time for me to pick up my child at school. I come back to the physicality. I go pick up the child. While I'm waiting, I can go into that same dimension and do something else. Ah, here's the child coming out from school. Now we go back home. I'm back in the matter state, driving the car and the rest of it. Is it that simple, do you think? Have we overcomplicated this whole process in a way? By overcomplicating it, we limited ourselves?
So yes, we have, and there's nothing more vexing than someone saying it's really simple. It's always simple when you know how to do it.
Exactly.
But where we've been all this time is we didn't know that we could. Okay, because there were many examples. So we've watched the history with all these examples, and you know, the knowledge has been changed, and it's been changed with a agenda. So the agenda is changing to fit the narrative, and the narrative fits the agenda. And that narrative is an earthbound agenda. And yet we were born from a universal community. So the obvious answer comes when we find out that we can engage with the universal community, and you say, well, that makes sense, because everything else doesn't make sense. And the reason it doesn't make sense is because it doesn't add up. So if you're trying to cut up a field, whatever you cut will still be a field. Right? You can make the field smaller, you can make the field bigger. You can go from one field to another field. That's the nature of a field. It becomes a field when it has substance. So the going from one field to another field is the abandonment of one point of substance and moving to another point of substance. In the unknown, that requires a certain kind of bravery, a desire to explore. And I often wondered, how brave was Christopher Columbus to travel across the Atlantic and discover America? And how did all the sailors feel when they discovered America? Did they rejoice and say, "Oh, we are the first ones here"? Or did they have this, as a fearless leader would say, have a Jesus moment and say, who are all these people and why are they greeting us?
I think he had the maps as opposed
Yeah.
to the.
Yeah,
he
so
had
much
the
for
sailing
courage,
maps.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your courage in a bottle.
Oh, I would still say it takes quite a bit of courage to travel across the ocean in some of these ships. They probably were stronger than I think they were, but it does take quite a bit of courage.
Well, of course, especially the longer the trip and obviously the longer the trip, the closer to the destination, but at that point is the weakest in terms of determination and conviction. And however, the ultimate conviction, of course, was the fact that you had a crew of convicts, a crew of prisoners. And I think that's where the problem lies, and to be the captain of that crew, you had to be pretty tough, as you say. So yes, I agree with you on that point. But, if you try and put yourself in that scene, which of course requires an extreme imagination because it's unlike anything that you've experienced in your current modern day history. But imagine, if you will, that you're greeted by these people who are welcoming you and giving you everything that you need. And you suddenly feel this urge to kill them. You suddenly feel the need to rape and pillage and load up the ships and head back, shall we say, home. Really, a thinking man would have trouble with that. As I say, knowledge changes your perspective, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You say we need to get on this plasma highway, but I think we've been on the plasma highway. We come from energy, we manifest in the matter state, and then we go back to energy. It's almost like the highway that we travel on, these expressways and so on, but we've pulled over to the side of the road at the rest stop, and we forgot that we can get back on this plasma highway in so many ways. I think we're stuck in a way in the rest stop. We've pulled over to the side of the road, and we thought that's all there was. But now we're being opened up to this other dimension that we've kind of forgotten about. So we're all on the plasma highway, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, because we know we will at some point in time, as Mr. Keshe said, the final call, the final bell will ring, and then it's time to leave. So I think we've been on this highway, but now we're going to be able to play in these both dimensions, even though, again, we have been in the what we call the work of the soul or the dream state. So, but now we're going to actually interact with our intention and emotions into this spherical rotating plasma. Again, we're in the center of it. So whatever field, whatever energies you'd like to, I'm sure there's more to it, but in the general term, I think we can definitely change or switch into these dimensions and back into, just like the light switch, on and off. We can go into these, and again, systems will be made available to help support the whole process, but ultimately it's existing within ourselves. We just have, again, ignored it.
Well, yes, but historically speaking, that quality or capability has been reserved for a special group of people. So now all of a sudden, you don't have to be part of that special group of people. And the thing is that even though there are many who are not part of that special group of people, but have that special characteristic, if you will, they are not recognized because the narrative is that you need to be part of a special group of people to have that special capability. And so it's not you. Well, this is where the limitation comes in. So, you know, here we are trying to navigate through these physical transmission dimensions using physical transmission rules. And yet we weren't born that way. And that's really the anomaly. And, you know, who do you turn around and ask? So, you know, in many ways, I know my parents had really, really good intentions, but I couldn't talk to them about this. I had to talk to a stranger. And the thing is that it wasn't that I had to talk to a stranger. I didn't know I had to talk to a stranger until the stranger was talking to me. And the thing, my first reaction was I had to visibly measure the number of steps to the door and calculate how fast I could escape. And then I came to the, you know, realization that I had to make a choice right there and now, that either I escape and leave this behind, or that I stay and do further investigation, which, you know, took into consideration the delay and consequences of sort. But, you know, is it that kind of commitment that would lead to blackmail? Is it that kind of commitment that would challenge your honor? Is it that kind of commitment that would compromise your values, that would go against your soul? It wasn't that. It was a bigotry. It was a prejudice. Prejudice is pushed on us on all fronts. It took me a long time to figure out that everything that was advertised on TV, almost by rule, was not good for you. And things that were not advertised on TV were not available to you. You had to work to get it. And you know, I refer to the energy drinks as a perfect example. Here in Canada, you can go to any store almost and get an energy drink. But something that is good for you, you almost doesn't matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. There is no store to buy it in. You have to make a special trip. Well, those who make that special trip are special people. And we're all going to be looking forward to this special trip, because this is the way that we can really find the truth about who we are and our history and what our sense of being is all about. That really puts a stamp on the meaningfulness of life. Because otherwise, as you say, to be able to sit at home and enjoy the comfort of the easy chair and the TV and the remote control, to be able to flick the channels, and that makes you a very special person.
Just using it as an analogy for the different positions we can go into, if we learn how to switch, to create that switch back and forth consciously.
Yeah, but you see, you're not switching channels. You're actually
You are the channel.
yeah, you are the channel. Can you imagine? Let's say you're watching.
Just an example. It's just
No,
I
it's a
see
big example.
I see a similarity, that's all.
Well, let's say you're watching the, what do you call it?
The
European,
greatest game. Okay.
the European finals right now that are going on. Okay. And so they're being played in Germany, but they're not being played in the same city. So you're on a TV and you've paid for a special satellite service so you can watch the games on TV, and you flick the channel, right? Now imagine if with that same channel changer, you don't flick the screen, you flick yourself. And so one moment you're in Düsseldorf, and next moment, you're in
Intention
Berlin.
and emotion. This is the controller you have in your hand, as opposed to the TV remote. Your intention and your emotion. I'm watching the game on one channel. Now I want to go in the ocean. I see the whales diving deep. I'm part of that. And you can switch it. You don't need the TV or the remote. You can switch just through intention and emotion. But again, it needs to be perfected. It's just not.
It's also a very radical change, and for some people it could cause palpitations.
Mhm.
Okay, because their grounding is based on a rock solid foundation, and they will find themselves with their feet dangling in the middle of the air, and they won't know which way is up, which way is down, and it could be very ungraceful, and this is part of the problem. So in order to understand that gracefulness is inherent within, and that you have to have the confidence to trust that, this is a big deal, especially, imagine if you were a executive, and all your life you've been running businesses here and there and barking out orders, and of course, you become, famously successful and wealthy. All of a sudden, in order to participate in this exercise, you have to be humble, and you have to, engage, uh, be part of. You have to lower your energy. It's a traumatic experience. It really is, because everything that you've patterned your life for has been grounded on that false premise. So this change has to be done on a graceful basis. But as we said last week, as a soldier of fortune, the truth can come very suddenly. You don't have that grace period. So it behooves you to prepare. It behooves you to prepare for that transition. And that's what we're doing here with the plasma science. We're preparing ourselves. So not only that we can do it, but that we can teach others to do it and prepare them. And we will have, firsthand experience.
Okay, I know I've exceeded my question limitation, so let's open it up to someone else. I see Selena has joined us. Hello, Selena.
Hi,
How,
Selena.
how was the
Hi, Mark. Hi, Alex.
how was the Bengali meeting yesterday?
It was very good.
And can you tell us what time you're in the Eastern time zone, I think?
My time is 8:30 at the morning.
8:30 in the morning. Okay, in the
AM.
public in
AM.
Bengali with
Right.
Mospec.
Yeah, Mashpek, Sreta, and a few
Yes.
people.
It's a beautiful meeting. Feel free to join. It's mostly in Bengali, but if you come in, they may accommodate you the way the Brazilian team does. So yes, go ahead, Selena. Thank you.
Yeah, if we have language, what is converter? Convert English or something.
Oh yeah.
There is a lot of information in there.
This
When
is
we
coming.
talk, when we talk really deep, because we're not like teaching way. We like conversation each other, and we go deep and deeper of whatever the subject come, and then we talk about that very deeply. So there is a lot of information sometimes.
Well, thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you.
And you're all invited to any of the public meetings of the Keshe Foundation. It's open to everyone, whether it's in Italy, Bengali, German, wherever on the planet, in the African as well. So we're all invited publicly in any of the sessions. The Iranians have a public session as well. You're just not going to hear English if that's your primary language in most of these other communities. But again, we can listen through the ear of the soul rather than the actual words. You'd be surprised. I've done this a number of times. Yes. But did you have a question, or did you want to share something with us?
Not any question, but I have little experience, so I thought maybe I can share a little bit about the transmission.
Okay.
I always in Bengali teaching, not always. Sometimes I say we are inside God, and God lives inside me. I feel that way. I feel that way. The total thing is one, and we are inside it, and that creator blueprint inside our body, inside us.
So like the Russian dolls, a doll within a doll within another doll within another doll?
Yeah, I feel that way. And sometimes I tell too much fact. Oh, I feel sometimes creator is like a big brain or big computer. Is in the brain when the neuron spark. It's like that. When the spark happen, We are in that point. So I don't feel I'm separate or we are separate. It's like a big mirror. If you broke a big mirror, it 1,000 pieces. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but you can see yourself all pieces in all pieces.
Mhm.
So the same thing. Our self is the same thing. It's not separate. And if we want to transmute, we don't have to go anywhere. Everything inside us
I
is
agree.
like it's like a channel, TV channel or radio channel. Just change a band, and everything has frequency or some vibration. If you can match that, you can instantly you can go there. You don't have to go. You can feel that thing right there. You don't have to go anywhere. So
I agree. Unless you want to do the full transmutation and manifest yourself on the moon, on Mars, in a different universe, and take up whatever. If you want to go into the dimension of physicality, you would take up that dimension of that position.
no, I have that is everybody saying, but I have different point of view is
Okay.
in little bit in there because I saw myself in the I told you I before, right? I saw myself in the ship. I am navigating the ship and then other places. So
In
there is
the
a body.
energy dimension, yes?
Yeah, yeah. But sometimes I see my body. So if we go anywhere, if we need body, we make body in there. So
Mhm.
we don't have to carry this body in there, but there we can make another body. I feel that way, but I know it is my experience. I don't have to take everywhere in this body in everywhere. If I
Absolutely.
need, I can make body in there, and I do think so. So
Right, and if Rick used to say that 95% of the universe is energy and 5% matter state, and when I mentioned that to him last week, he said, no, now the scientists are thinking the universe is about 98% energy and maybe 2% matter state. So
it could be.
do you need to manifest in the matter state to explore 98% of the universe?
No.
No. It's all done. I mean, the creator is in that dimension of energy. Mitra is the dimension of physicality, the lover.
Yeah, we are the part of creator. Creator is part of us. So why we need anything else?
Mhm.
We are one. That's it. Thank you
Yes.
for listening.
And as we hear in that New Tomorrow video, all the created things we're going to have as a gift from the creator in a way, the understanding, the ability to transmute between the two dimensions. This is what's been promised and this is what's being delivered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone else would like to bring a thought or a question or something maybe we've missed that you'd like to point out? And again, nobody's going to be jumping on you or saying, no, 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 this is not the way it works. It's beautiful to let the flower bloom in the way it decides to bloom. Of course, we can elevate it and help it to show its beauty as well.
Yeah, we are only expressing our emotion, our feelings.
Mhm.
But yeah.
So I was hearing someone, not from the Keshe Foundation, but they were saying in the core, Alex, that what was he saying? Something about millions of tons of neutrons are being produced every second within the core of the planet. And I think they were saying this is part of the process of the rotation of the planet. Now, do neutrons have weights? I know some people say the neutron doesn't exist, but we do read about it and hear about it. The hydrogen not having a neutron, as I understand it, but would that make sense that that pressure of those millions of tons per second of neutrons being created in the core could actually cause this planet to rotate? I just thought I'd bring that up. It does sound very feasible to me.
So I'll answer that question in my limited knowledge, and that is that the neutrons are actually fields, and these fields are bigger than the electron-proton combination. But how much bigger? And this has always been the question, because when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that there's an anomaly, and that is even though we've organized it on integers, it doesn't always work out, because, like, for instance, when we look at the mass of hydrogen, it's 0.00784 more than 1, and the mass of oxygen is 0.0001 less than 16. So the point being that the mass is the addition of the electron, proton, and neutron. And yet when we take the mass of the neutron as on average, we find that we always have to fudge a little bit to make sure it follows this pattern. So what I'm going to say is that the neutron is a generic term, like a car. It doesn't tell you how big it is, doesn't tell you how much mass it has. It is in a, shall we say, a fluctuating state where it can expand and contract and still maintain its mag-grav condition of being a neutron. And so the expansion and contraction is going to be determined by the amount of energy that it absorbs and the amount of energy that it retains. It also is going to be dependent on the kind of energy that it absorbs and retains, because by changing the number of the mass number, you can actually change the element. So for instance, to go from nitrogen to oxygen, you have to change the integer number. So what causes that change? And this is the problem that we have with the neutron, is that we're saying that it creates this energy. The neutron is a field that contains energy, and when you have a field that contains, that becomes a mag-grav, and now when it's a mag-grav, is a magnetical gravitational relationship. And in order to maintain that mag-grav condition, it has to be uncut. And if you were to cut a neutron into a atom that is smaller, so for instance, in the fundamental cutting, where you have a neutron becomes an electron-proton combination, but also in the process, it creates a p-emptic. The question then becomes, is the neutron then sacrificed? In that process, yes, that neutron is sacrificed. But does that mag-grav condition that houses that neutron, is that sacrificed? No, it's not. Because you could have a copper wire, and energy can go through it and around it and however, and it'll come and go, and that copper wire remains. So the process of transmitting that energy does not affect its physical stability as a copper wire. So when we're talking about one neutron being sacrificed, another neutron is being manufactured at the same point. Has to be replaced. Has to. Otherwise, the wire would disintegrate. So science has accommodated this by talking about the slow decay, half-life, or something. Nuclear reactor may take 50,000 years to decompose. So that aspect is basically true. So as we see with the Earth's rotation, that at some point Earth was able to sustain dinosaurs. It's not able to do that now. Why? Because dinosaurs are heavy, and the Earth over a period of thousands of years has progressed closer to the core. When it does that, it becomes more gravitational. So the dinosaurs wouldn't be able to stand up. They would need an enormous amount of strength. So, overall, you look at the size of the horizontal people or the mammals, and we find that the biggest mammals are in the sea because the buoyancy of the sea can accommodate for the mass. But on land, what would you say? The elephant,
The condition doesn't allow it.
Exactly. So there you go. And if you look at the rhinoceros as being very similar to prehistoric creatures, or the alligator, well, these are very compact, very low to the ground, and very solid. So they are able to exist in this environment. So the environment is changing, and as the environment is changing, then we have to change as well. And the thing is that the ability to retain that energy also has to change, and so that has to be accommodated for. And so on this planet, the oxygen is fundamental for life on this planet. But life on another planet, may require another fundamental component. And if we expect to go to that particular environment, then we have to change accordingly. So right now, we have two bridges to cross, if you will. One is to understand the capability of transmuting on this planet. So staying within our environment and keeping our conformity the way it is. And the other is to be able to transmute on this planet and change the conformity. Well, that's the only one that we have to bridge, because if we can change our conformity on this planet, then we can change our conformity on any planet. That's the reality. We don't really have to segregate the notion of transforming our conformity on this planet or transforming it to another planet. Transformation is transformation. Transmutation is transmutation. So we need to combine the two, and we have, not learned that lesson because the teachers on this planet have forbidden us. It's part of the forbidden knowledge. Imagine that. The knowledge of life is forbidden. What a concept. So that has never made sense, but that has not been a topic of discussion either. And the reason for it is because in the plasma rule the stronger feeds the weaker. In earthbound rule, the stronger eats the weaker. And this has been the historical reality. And, you know, how do you rationalize? You are the shepherd, and you are the butcher. The hand that feeds ends up being the hand that kills. This is the resolution we have to go through.
Okay, anyone else? I know there's a number of people clamoring to ask a question in the background. Who else would like to join the conversation? I always thought the soul was just a mass and it had no weight. And I'm sure you've heard of Mr. Keshe has talked about this, you know, where they've actually had people who were nearing the final separation or the final bell to be on a table or on a bed that could precisely weigh them. And when the soul departed, or when that final bell was rung, they noticed that the person actually became a number of grams lighter. So we know the plasma has a physical aspect to it, but does the soul have a weight? It would appear by scientific testing it does. Or is that the energies? Can we weigh energies, Alex? Is that what's where the soul of physicality is giving its energy and the physicality to the soul? And is that the weight loss that the scientists have seemingly measured?
Yes. In a way, it is, because the mass is converted into weight based on the environment. So the absorption of the energy contributes to that density.
Okay.
So, right. So yes, the answer would be yes in that regard. But you know what has the question really is what is the technology? What is the big deal? What is it that is so causing so much discomfort to a certain group of people, and why is it so elusive, you know, to the rest of us? Why is this such a big hurdle, and why is there so much resistance? So, you know, when you talk about secrets, usually those secrets are to hide misconduct. And you know, why are we trying to hide this misconduct, and why is there misconduct in the first place? And you know, is there misconduct in the universe? Well, we operate by a different set of rules on this planet. This is what I'm trying to say, right? And if we would change the way we would operate, then we could change the outcome. You know, and that is the thing. That is really, you know, they say the definition of insanity: if you do the same thing, you expect different results. Well, that is insanity. But if you do the same thing and you get the same result, you know what that's called? That's called manufacturing. Okay? That's called progress. All right, because you know you're creating something. If you're doing the same thing, you're doing it the same pattern, you will get the same thing. So that is the reality, and that is a welcome reality. All right. So then to say that there's a part of the reality that is unwelcome because it is you know, still trying to do the same thing. And what is that same thing that we keep trying to do? And that is to be in a state of conflict, a state of war, a state of energy binding at the expense of others. And you know, to fight for peace is the same thing and expecting a different result. You know, we just seen the first-hand case where, you know, the leader of Hungary visited the leader of Russia. And the purpose was to navigate some kind of course towards peace. And he was criticized. And from my point of view, the amount of discussion about peace has been, well, fundamentally, you know, non-present. So, you know, any discussion about peace and being part of the Knowledge Keshe Foundation, any discussion about peace would be welcome and should be encouraged. So not frowned upon and condemned. And so as soon as you do that, then you understand that the rules for some are not the rules for others. And that's an anomaly right then and there. So that's a clear identification. So how can we change that? And we cannot change it based on these rules that promote the continuity of the history of man and the gravitation toward. We cannot continue to do that and expect different results. We have to change the way we do things if we want to change the results. But it's not like we don't have an example. We have the sun, we have the planets, we have the universe, we have the beauty around us, we have the earth environment, heaven on earth here. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, anyone else have something they'd like to share or contribute? And again, I think it's been a systematic plan, Alex, to keep knowledge or to keep universal knowledge away from most people because they're easy to abuse. And this is what Mr. Keshe is short-circuiting, that no one will get abused due to this lack of knowledge. And we're all abused because of that, at least in parts of our lives. As we're maturing into this understanding, there's less probably abuse taking place. We can kind of see through a number of these fallacies. But that's the whole reason that it's due to a lack of knowledge that we get abused, or humanity as a whole. So we thank the foundation for opening this up. Anyone else before we close? I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. This becomes part of your service to humanity in a way, volunteering and becoming part of these monthly sessions, different conferences and other interactions you can order through the Keshe Foundation website. But we do want to keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, and that's why it's been tried to be taken over by a number of very powerful individuals on this planet. Again, to abuse us for a lack of knowledge, and to keep this knowledge in a way contained in a certain. Go ahead, Selena. Thank you.
Yes, that is the main point. Yeah, the knowledge they're keeping us from because of the they're doing that way. They're abusing us that way. If we know we are equal, we are all equal, and we are part of same creator. So if we believe that in our heart and work that way, nobody is going to abuse us. But we don't believe that thing, so that's why we are getting abused again and again. Here, yeah, a lot of people, they know a lot of stuff, but they don't share. They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk. Plus, they are what is that? Confusing us, giving different
yes, different scenarios. Yeah.
Yeah. They are confusing us. So that is the main point is happening here. If we get the same knowledge and if we believe we are equal, nobody's going to abuse us. Nobody can do that. And we need to cooperate each other, not, what is that, competition. Competition not going to give us the solution. We need to cooperate each other. That is the solution. Only that is the solution. That's it. Thank you.
A wise woman from Bengali. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anyone else have any final thoughts they'd like to share? Okay, Alex, I am going to take the screen. Let's see, share.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to continue these presentations. And we will continue.
We appreciate everyone being here, and as we know, may you be proud of the work you do, and may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make, even though you're not seeing a lot of difference manifested at this point. Probably within your own structure, you're seeing a lot of difference, but we have still more work to do. It's not quite completed, so we continue on this path. And of course, employing the wisdom of the three wise men will help you along your journey to elevate and to elevate others. Remember what Mr. Keshe was just saying, how many people you've helped, how many people you've killed, how many people you've supported in a way will create your next position in the universe if that final bell calls for you. So the thinking good, the speaking good, and the acting good are very fundamental to understanding this. And of course, all the Christians missed it. That means about 2 billion people, including myself, until Mr. Keshe has revealed what the actual gifts were. We always thought they were matter state gifts. So employ these three kings, keep them close to you. They bring quite a bit of wisdom, peace, and shielding around your entire structure. And then you can be proud of the work you do and the difference you make. So thank you. And now I will play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else would like to add anything else to what we've talked about today or discussed? And again, as he said, the centuries is it'll take man thousands of years to open this up fully. Centuries is not long enough. Thank you all for being a part of this process and carrying a corner of, again, a very large carpet that we're laying out for humanity to enjoy. Thank you all. If there's no further comments, then we will proceed to closing. Remember, just a reminder that the testimonials meeting for the Keshe Foundation, if you have any sort of testimonial, this will be Monday at 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And this is in the same public room, the 939-474-503 on Zoom. So you can join Rick and the other knowledge seekers who'll be there. And many times it ends up being quite an interesting show. I think once some of these wellness centers come online more and more, and as Mr. Keshe said, what he did with bringing people out of coma was hidden within the Keshe Foundation structure for a number of years. It wasn't really brought out in public by Mr. Keshe. So I think we'll be seeing a lot of fantastic testimonials coming in the coming weeks and months when they start talking about vision or Parkinson's or Alzheimer's and many of the other things. And I'm sure there's a number of them have already been in a way completed, but again, they're probably hidden within the structure at this point of the Keshe Foundation. So thank you all, and let's keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Alex, and thanks to each and every one of the participants today, whether you've been here on the soul level or you've been here as a physical participant. So thank you all.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions. And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.